Hello, folks. How are you guys doing tonight? Everyone's here. Hey, Laus, Stephanie. Yes, will be here later. Indigo, Sora. Hi, y'all. I'm back from my little outing last week. So it's been about a week since the last stream, more or less. I don't know exactly how much, but I had a lot of fun. I don't know if you saw on Twitter yesterday. We did some. we improvised a pagan ritual, which is a thing. I'll be showing some pictures from that later. So yeah, it was fun. We also did something that'll be the inspiration for this stream. We came across these books that, I mean, I don't love the illustration on the front, but I love the illustrations inside. This is a book about mythology from Asturias, from the region I live in, and it's fantastic. It's a little treaty on many different folklore creatures, and it tells you like their historical origins, how they're related to other European myths, and many different versions of each of these stories. So and it's all illustrated by the same person that writes it. I love this. Oh, I'm hoping I can show them without catching too many reflections. I love this goat here. It's a type of demon in disguise. But yeah, there are many. This is a kind of magician type guy that conjures bad weather. Let's see. Hey, 10 points to whoever recognizes this lovely little creature. Hey, Abyssal. Enjoy the lurk. So, I was thinking, let's just pick something cool from this book and try to represent it. There's one that I've always wanted to do called El Cuélebre. Cuélebres are winged serpents. You can see here kind of a transition between a regular serpent turning into a cuélebre. Lovely illustration. It's probably my favorite one in the book. And here's a classic knight beating a dragon with some more Celtic motifs with a cuélebre instead of a dragon. Love that. So cuélebres are definitely ones. One of the ones I enjoy the most. They will be like your typical dragons. Usually live in caves and protecting some kind of treasure. Sometimes they're partnered up with another creature of folklore called Llavanderes, which would be kind of like nymphs, but way more malicious. Like they're evil nymphs that will steal children and supplant them with their own children that just like can shapeshift into to look exactly like the stolen children, like the stolen child. So they'll kind of do a switcheroo. Really bunch of fun stories with the Llavanderes. Is that etymologically related to what? Wyvern? Cuélebre? No, I don't think so. It comes from culebra, which would be just a general word for snake. Or it doesn't come from, but it probably has the same etymological origin. So unless wyvern comes from anything related to culebra, which is, I assume, Latin, I don't think so. Closely related to vivre, I assume that's French. That might be. So here we got Nuveru, again the same like wizard, weather wizard type guy. And then we have some very fun ones. I've talked about these on stream a bunch. Actually, I think we found this illustration on the internet, somewhere like stolen. But this is La Huasha. La Huasha is sort of witch that it's also sometimes represented as a barn owl. So it's sometimes some sort of transformation in between witch and barn owl like this. and she's your typical vampire, but there are some very fun stories of her. So she being this like old crone or old lady with just one tooth. So she'll go to usually children at night, bite them with the one tooth, make a little hole, and then use a little wooden straw, just put it in there and get some blood before leaving. So they'll do that every night, and that's how they used to explain things like anemia. Wyvern from Viper. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I would have assumed it was some kind of Germanic word. That's very cool. Love the etymology facts. Yes, with weird Capri Sun. Yes, with a lot of these, you can find like some fun etymological relations to other creatures in folklore. So La Guasha doesn't have. I don't think La Guasha has any. La Guasha is written like this. I don't think it has any etymological origins that might relate to the Striga, but it's definitely related to the Striga from Eastern European myth, which is very fun. Because I didn't know this. I thought it was just an old lady, and sometimes she had owls with her, but owls are a very common theme in folklore from Asturias. So the piece I did with Theo a while ago. Whoa, spoilers, postcards. Don't look at that. I did a piece with Theo, Fleiss Church, in chat a while ago. You might remember where we both did a piece during the stream. Let me find it. Maybe over here. So we did the Polish version of the Striga, but to be honest, it wouldn't be too different at all from many of the stories about La Guasha. So I love that you can take folklore from Poland and from Spain and literally find one creature. As different as the cultures are, you can find one creature that definitely has like the same origin and still nowadays carries many of the same like aesthetics and themes. It's fantastic. It works. They each work for a vampire of their culture. A replication of English medieval bestiary. It's interesting because the Enlightenment, every creature that came out at night was considered allegorically to shunning Christ's light, and therefore was stupid and evil. Interesting. Yes, so there is a lot of very interesting. Like you can definitely see the history of these creatures as they went through different cultures. You can see a lot of that in the myths themselves. For example, the Shanas, which would be those like nymph-like creatures, or like that look like beautiful women, usually with blonde hair, and they live in streams, and they're completely evil. I love them. So those Shanas, for example, have a specific thing where you can cast them out by reciting words of the Bible, because they apparently hate the Bible and Christianism, and that's a very fun parallel. But like it talks about this old Celtic creature that, as Christianism came, adopted that, like, you know, that distinction between the Christians hating all the and trying to remove all the previous folklore and the previous mythology, kind of gets represented in there, in that the creatures literally hate Christians. And you can cast them out by reciting the Bible. That's fantastic. So some of them got turned like that against like the Christian, I guess, power structure, they tried to, since they couldn't get rid of all these people's traditions, they started recontextualizing them. So many of them, they turned like good creatures into evil creatures that could only be defeated by being a very good Christian. So the Shanas, for example, or there's one with white horses. White horses are very important in Celtic culture. They are often like trickster creatures that might like pull you into the water. It's very, very patent in the Kelpie in Scottish myth, and I think there's I might be getting them mixed up. I don't know if the Kelpie is Irish or Scottish, and there's another Irish like equivalent basically, but I might be getting them mixed up. So a lot of cool like horse lore that in this region specifically the priests used to made it equivalent to the devil. So here a white horse is usually like associated with evil and the devil because it used to be this very powerful symbol in Celtic myth, and the Christians and the priests try to turn that on its head and make that evil, which is like a very fun like turn of events. Like they couldn't get rid of the superstition or the other tradition, so they just like inverted it and turned this like powerful godly creatures into the devil. Let me catch up with chats as I ramble on. There's a Middle English poem called The Owl and the Nightingale, which is a debate between the two birds about who is better. I love that. Yes, horse lore. So there's a lot of relations to, of course, Celtic, like other places that used to have Celtic cultures. So French folklore, definitely like anything from the British Isles has a lot of relations, especially Scotland and Ireland. They have a lot of Celtic roots, but also you can find it like all over Europe. There are things that can definitely be tracked to the same sources as these creatures from northern Spain. So looking through other fun ones. Here's an illustration I really enjoyed. Let's see if I can catch it without any reflections. There we go. So this is called La Birreria. It's the first time I read about it. It's a very cool, like at least the illustration has a very cool design. So La Birreria is an ominous vision that announces death. She is a thin, like a rail thin and scary woman, usually followed by dogs. This is a myth of a village called Santianes de Pravia. And that's very cool. I love that. Let's see. I think here we're on the chapter for La Huestia. Does this remind you guys of any of my edits? Because this has been in one of my edits. This is La Huestia. I really like this illustration. Because the main guy in the center is okay. I like it, but what I like the most is this guy, the two in the corners that I'm trying not to catch reflections on. So the one here and the one on the other side, they're basically like bundles of cloth, and I think that's very cool. Basically doing the Emperor's New Groove pose. Elden Ring representing Irish mythology. I could see some of the creature designs being definitely inspired. Blasphemous vibes. I mean, Blasphemous is mostly, yeah, it does have like that big Catholic theme to it, but it definitely takes more from the folklore of southern Spain, which is way different from the one in northern Spain. People tend to like only know about southern Spain because like the most touristic area. It's like the hot, dry zone where, you know, it's always warm. It's always like good vacation spots. The north is rainy and green and mountainous. It has very little to do with the south, and it also has a very distinct culture, dating back to thousands of years. The north was the most like Celtic zone, while the south had like some Celt things, but other cultures mixed in. And most of all, during the Middle Ages, the whole of the southern like modern Spain, the southern Iberian Peninsula was Muslim at the time. So it has a lot of that culture in it. After the Muslims, the Christians conquer the Iberian Peninsula again, like re-Christianize, and until nowadays they are like super Catholic. So that is that aesthetic of Blasphemous. But this would be an example of a myth that was Catholicized. So it's called La Huestia in Asturiano, or La Santa Compañía, or like the Saint Company, I guess, in Spanish. And it's a myth that is extended throughout a lot of Spain. It definitely has Celtic origins because we can see very similar myths like all over Europe. And this myth is a procession of ghosts that roams the streets to get like the person who's about to die. In the case of La Santa Compañía, or La Huestia specifically in my region, whenever someone was going to die, the few days before that, at night, you could hear, or some special people could see this ghostly procession turning around the house. I think it's 3 times. Then they would leave, and on the 7th night of doing that, or maybe they turned around 7 times and it was on the 3rd night, so I might be getting the numbers mixed up. In any case, on the last night of doing that, they would be carrying like a wooden box. I blanked on the name now. But they would go into the house and get the soul of the recently dead. The thing is that if you could see them, it was very likely that you were the next one. So that's a fun little twist on this story. And it's definitely like a pre-Christian myth that then got Christianized. So this ghostly procession was made to carry crosses and holy like religious implements. But it's definitely like way older than that. So the one I represented it, I'm going to show you in case you missed it. When I represented that, I actually like decided not to include any Christian motifs, even though that is like the most recent or the most like current version of the myth. I tried to go for more like pre-Christian version. So let's see. Gotta find it now. That is Candaurco, so it's a bit before that. La Huestia. There it is. There they are. So I went for that ghostly procession. You can definitely see like the white robes are a very big theme. So definitely like white robes. And I made them carrying, and that's like many versions of the myth, say that they carry, instead of carrying torches, they have bones like femurs and stuff lit up like torches, and that's what they carry. So instead of like having them bring crosses with them, I had them bring these lit up bones, which fair enough, it's hard to see because they're very small and they're kind of transparent, but I tried to go for that. And desperate to visit northern Spain, you should, it's beautiful. Celtic regions are very different. Yeah, and I think especially the north, it's such a remote area that no big empire could ever like culturally assimilate it completely. So those myths and traditions have stayed alive since literally like pre-Roman times. Like many of these creatures, or most of these creatures, date from before the Romans. So like 2,000 years at least, which is amazing. That they've been transformed and they've been adapted throughout like changes in cultures and religions and just like 2,000 years of history. But still they keep living on. They cling to life desperately. And I love that. It's beautiful. I love all these creatures and ghoulies. Spain sounds infinitely nicer for me with that description of the weather. Then definitely go for northern Spain. It's an underlooked area of Spain. Internationally, people tend to go to always like the southeast coast and the islands, but yeah, northern Spain is definitely underlooked. So you will have a great time. And you won't have like a ton of tourism like in other places. There's still quite a bit of tourism, but it's not the overcrowded sensation you get in so many parts of Spain. So it's definitely like something, if you want to have like a more chill and chill experience and want to see a lot of nature, Asturias, Galicia, País Vasco, those are definitely like the areas you gotta look out for. Don't forget Roman rule in classical antiquity. Kingdom of Suevia and the Visigoths. Yes, so the Visigoths, not even the Visigoths or the Romans ever had a strong grip of the region. It's always been like this very like dispersed region that people that live in the mountains are like very hard to reach. So it was very, very hard to impart big changes in culture. The biggest one was definitely like the Romans with the language, because they adopted Latin. That ended up becoming in the rest of the peninsula ended up becoming Spanish or Castilian, if you want to call it like that. In Asturias specifically, it became Asturiano, which is another language from the family of Spanish, French, Catalan, Italian, etc. In Galicia, it became Galician, which is even more extended, which is kind of in between Spanish and Portuguese in many aspects. So they always kept a very strong cultural identity. Photoshop streamer completely saturates northern Spain's tourism industry. So we always say it here, the people from Asturias, from my region, are we're not like patriotic, but I think every Asturian person is really proud and really loves their home region. And whenever we whenever we leave it, or whenever we talk to people that are not from Asturias, we are like the biggest like evangelizers of that region. They should pay me, honestly, because I keep trying to sell northern Spain in streams, and specifically Asturias. So I think the tourism board should put a little banner or something here. Can you pay me? So yes, many cool creatures that I eventually I would like to have this one and many others kind of make this little collection of myths from Asturias, and each of them give each of them a little story accompanying it, and I don't know, put that up somewhere in Asturias for my compatriots to see. Because here's the thing, okay, this style, there is a pervasive graphical style when representing creatures from Asturian folklore, and it's this one. It's the one I said. This is why I don't love the cover of this book, because it feels like like a gift shop aesthetic. It has gift shop aesthetics, and it usually with these very exaggerated features. It usually. Okay, let me show you guys. Let's go to the browser and we'll look for one of these creatures. The most common ones that you'll see in gift shops. Trasgo. And you will see the aesthetic. This is the aesthetic. So Trasgo would be this house elf that lives in your home, picks, like loves to steal stuff. Here's the illustration from the book I'm reading right now. And they have holes in their hands, in the palms of their hands. So they will steal like your keys, your coins, whatever they can find. They'll run around with them and eventually they'll slip out of the holes of their hands and they'll fall somewhere. And so people tend to say, when they've lost something and they find it somewhere else, they say, oh, the Trasgo took it. But yeah, Trasgos are very typical from folklore in Asturias. And as you can see, they're always represented in this style, and I find it kind of ugly. And I would like a different take on them, because it's always the same take. You can say the same about Bruxa, which would be like well, that'll give us different things. Asturias. With the witches, they usually have the... So there's a like witch lore in Asturias, and again, it's like the same aesthetic again. They never change the aesthetics. And I would like to be the one that changes that, right? Do you have nice ruins and castles from your hands? Oh my god, yeah, so many ruins in Asturias. Do you speak the dialect? I can speak the Spanish dialect of Asturias, but I can't speak the language because it's been like pretty destroyed as... Oh, sorry, wrong thing. Yeah, it's been pretty abandoned, the language, and it's only recently that there's been efforts to like pick it back up and teach it in schools, and it's like taking hold more in rural areas, not in the cities. There's this big, I guess, cultural divide with the language, where people in the cities will think it's this, you know, this like village dumb talk, like it I don't know, like hillbillies or that kind of vibe, right? It has that kind of association, that language, instead of like being a regular serious language that you can speak. People kind of like scoff at it, which makes it much harder to implement, because it, you know, the elites that usually have like regional power are usually from those same cities, so they have all that baggage culturally, which makes it much harder to preserve the language, and is one of the big reasons it was so close to death. So I've never been taught that language in school, unfortunately, but I would love to learn it someday. Those things are kind of hideous, aren't they? Right? There's that. So that's the aesthetic I was talking about. And we can have it here. It's very patent, and it's obvious that this illustrator that has, like, honestly, has some dope illustrations in this book, chose choose that for your book cover, and you'll sell 10 million more copies. But they evidently chose this like very gift shop aesthetic, because it's what people like kind of recognize, I assume. So they kind of went for it for the cover. Only around 100,000 people speak it as the first language. Yes, and that is from 1 million people that live in the region. So that's at about 10%, and I would call 100,000 still pretty generous. Like most of those 100,000, they know it as a second language, and they're not very proficient at it. I will kind of like mix it with Spanish all the time. So yeah, I would call 100,000 generous of like purely Asturian speakers, which is sad. Thankfully, like, it's starting to move in the right direction. Still a long ways to go, but same with Breton. Yes. Yes, France is horrible in their language preservation politics, and they're big on centralization and trying to destroy any cultural differences across regions, which is very sad, because a lot of beautiful French or like languages from the region of France are being lost over the years, and nothing is being done to save them. Spain is much better in that. In some regions it's worse, but you have many regions in Spain. There would be like states, because it's not a federation. Spain, it's more of a centralized government, but some regions have a bit more autonomy. Like Galicia, which would be our neighboring region, and they have Galician, I guess would be in English, Galician, which is kind of similar to Asturian, but way more widely spoken, because it's always been preserved much better, and it's co-official, so it's as official as Spanish in that region. Then you have Catalan in Catalonia, and you have Basque in the Basque Country, which would be like the main like regional languages in Spain. And then you have Asturiano, which was very close to death, clinging to life, and hopefully over the next like generation or two, because it's definitely gonna take some time, but over hopefully a couple of generations, it'll like kick back up in usage and people knowing it. Publisher probably insisted on that cover to capture the tourist market. I think you're right on the money there. I think you would be right now. You ever hear of an English children's book series called The Borrowers? I've never heard that. Tiny people who borrow things, which is why you lose things. Yes, so definitely like the same origin as the Trasgos. It's a very common, like the house elves, those little creatures that live in your home. They steal things. You have to like appease them so they don't like do any mischief. It's very common, I think, all over Europe, up to Scandinavian culture. They have very similar figures. What language? We're talking about Asturiano, which would be the language of Asturias. Kind of a neighbor language to Spanish and to Galician and to Portuguese. Oh, teach me a word in Spanish. In Asturias. Okay. Let's see. Orvallo. Orvallo is a very good one. This region is very rainy, and you might even hear rain going on right above us right now, because there's a roof right there, and there's a window, and rain makes a lot of sound here, so hopefully the mic doesn't pick it up. It's kind of soft. So there's this very specific type of very thin, like drizzle like rain, where you're not like, I'm not gonna like pull my hood or get cover, like it's just this drizzly kind of rain that you don't even notice, but over time it just kind of drenches you if you're out in the rain for a long time, and we call that orvallo. So the fact that we have many different words for rain means I probably can tell you about this region's climate. I'm English, so I love the rain. Hell yeah. Cornish only has a few hundred speakers. That's sad. Hopefully it can be preserved for new generations. We've seen the art of the Spiderwick Chronicles. That was a bestiary of some type, and I think the art is what got me into Cryptid Tough in general. I haven't. But let me copy that and put it on Google. Oh yeah, I remember the movie. Yeah, so they have this very like, yeah, European folklore vibe. That's cool. I love those creature designs. I love the like little toads. That's fun. Yes, Bretagne in France has a very interesting culture. It's always kept like it would be similar in many ways to the culture here in Asturias, and I have some family from there, so it's fun. Like it's even more Celtic origins. My grandpa was from Bretagne. He never knew any of those rare languages, so he always knew French. But that's another like very cool Celtic region. Anyway, back to creatures. Let's see. Let me show you some other illustrations. And the one, oh, here's werewolves. Obviously, werewolves are extended all over European folklore, I would say. Here they would be called Ome Yobu. Ome for man, Yobu would be wolf. Literally like wolf man. You also have others here, Yobos Meiros, Yobos Terbales. I don't know about these because I haven't I just got this book, so I've just like kind of leafed through it. But apparently there's other versions of the werewolf figure. Definitely go give me that a look later. And here's a fun one. There's a figure called El Home Marin. The Home, again, man. Marine, yeah. Marine, like the marine man, the seaman. Not like that. But look at that. Here's a fun thing. Look at what picture they used. Anyone recognize this? That's the same thing as Jenny Haniver's. So apparently there's also a tradition of carving up rays and turning them into these little figures. In my region, I had no idea until I found this book. So again, like another connection to European folklore, and again something that I've done for an edit that has an incidental connection with my own culture that I didn't know about. Isn't that fun? Can't wait to show you my books. I'd love to see that. Dialect and language is never a clear definition. It's always kind of an amorphous blob. You gotta be aware of cultures calling things dialects to lessen the importance of how a culture speaks. Yes, okay, so that's a fun thing. A lot of people, even in Spain, don't know that Asturian or Asturiano is a full language. They think it's a dialect of Spanish. So they mistakenly think that it's like, kind of an evolution that branches out of Spanish, when it's actually just its own separate language that comes from the same branch as Spanish, and has definitely been influenced by Spanish over the years, because it is cohabited the same region. But a lot of people call it a dialect to kind of minimize it and say like it's not important. But yeah, good news is that it seems like politicians are moving forward to make Asturiano a co-official language. So kind of like in the Basque country, where you'll have Basque and Spanish being equally as important, like in the eyes of the law. So they're moving towards making that a thing here in Asturias. To it's, I don't know how really actually important it'll be as a step, but it's definitely like a step towards like recovering the language. But here's a fun, I like this illustration. This is El Busrosu. El Busrosu is a figure. It's kind of like a woodlands protector. It's the protector of the woods. And he is known to help lost, how do you call that? Oh, shepherds, yeah. He's known to help lost shepherds find their way back home when they stumble into the forest. But he's known to be merciless to people who are damaging to damage the forest. So hunters and lumberjacks will basically like get hunted by this creature, who might come to their house at night and kiss them, and their kiss will transmit tuberculosis. I'm not kidding. This thing, its most evil power is it can literally give you tuberculosis. I love that for him. And yes, that's El Busrosu, and it's theorized to be an evolution of a Celtic god called Cernunnos or Cernunnos. I don't know how you'd pronounce that in English, but that it would be the horned god It's a god that's represented as usually having antlers or goat horns and goat legs, and it's this kind of god of nature, fertility, etc. And it kind of, as Christianity came in and it tried to turn all these things into devils, all the Celtic culture things into devils, this what used to be a god got demoted to folklore creature. It's we don't know for sure, but that's like one of the leading theories about this creature, which I find very interesting. Yes, there was a Megalovania remix. Glad you caught it. Weirdly specific, right? I love that, because tuberculosis used to be really, really like a huge thing in Asturias. Actually, you see this house here. This is an actual early 20th century picture of my grandparents' house. That it was this big old house, and the story is that before my grandfather found it, basically my grandfather got it in a state of ruin and dedicated his whole life to bringing it back to working conditions. And the thing is that the previous family that was there in the early 20th century, before it kind of got like semi abandoned, one of the reasons that they left the house and the family kind of broke away was that several people died of tuberculosis in this very house. And the story I made for this photo was that this picture was taken at the time, like I think it was like 1910 or something like that, around that time. Was a few days before a person died of tuberculosis in this house. So yeah, TB actually has a pretty deep story in the region, which is why they would take a folklore creature and give it the power of giving tuberculosis, because that would be something that people are worried about. La Santa Compaña, exactly. So let's see. There's also, okay, this is a fun one that we might do at some point, because it actually, hey Kurt, 3 moths. Thank you so much for the resub. Okay, here's another fun creature for you. This is about las ayalres, moros y gigantes. So it's basically like different names or different stories for giants, and these were the explanations given by people from Asturias to explain things like this. They found megaliths, right? They found this very, very old ancient tombs and megaliths, and just big impressive rock formations that feel too specific, or castle ruins, or just cool rocks. And they said, this can't be normal, some giant must have built it. So they made up a whole whole species of giants to explain actual ruins and their own history in a way, which is very fun, isn't it? So, and here's a fun thing, they're called moros. Moros is also coincidentally is also a name for Muslims in Spanish. That's usually tinged and a little bit despective. Not in this case. It has a completely different origin. It just happened that they ended up being called moros for some reason. So yeah, convergence. Yeah, it's cute that they came up with that thing. Okay, and here we're finally getting, this is the end of the book. I've been leafing through it this Little stream for now. Isn't that in Basque folklore as well? Yeah, definitely. There are a lot of parallels. Basque. The Basques are essentially like neighbors of Asturias and Cantabria, which is like the neighboring region, but has a lot of ties to Asturias. So by being neighbors, a lot of the folklore was kind of shared around the region. So they definitely have, the Basque country has a lot of similar things to us. So, this here, Les Llavanderes, or Las Lavanderas in Spanish, is a group of old crones dressed in yellowish clothing with thin faces and white hair. It is said that I'm literally reading from the book. That's why I'm reading a bit slow, because I'm translating as I go. This is a description from 1853, so a pretty old description from nowadays. It is said that they live in the inside the old hollowed trees. They are seen when the rivers are like go out of their overflow, and they make the word lavandera in Spanish would be the washerwoman. I think would be the closest translation. So it would be like, usually the older women of a village that would go out to the river and clean the clothes of their family. And they would do this, like, obviously before any sort of machine existed that we have nowadays. So they had boards. I assume these are a common thing, but I don't know if it's something that people will visualize. So let's see. What would be a good name for it? Like pala. Hold on. How do they call them like this? Let's see. They would carry these boards with grooves on them and a stone, and using that and soap, they would like kind of scrape the clothes, and that's how they got cleaned. This would be actually a historical Celtic cleaning board, which is very beautiful. Look at that, with Celtic motifs, and that's actually perfect. So they would carry these kind of things to the river. So this folklore creature called La Lavandera, or Llavanderes, is an old washerwoman. Washboard. Okay, that would be a word in English. Thank you. There's a washerwoman in Scottish Gaelic folklore too. Interesting. Oh, Scottish Gaelic is definitely 100% connected. Let's see. Ban. Oh, nice. We'll give that a read after. Yes, washerwoman or laundress. Oh, that's definitely absolutely the same story or the same origin. The washerwomen were so shredded by using their abs as washing boards. Washboard abs. Love that. So, when the rivers overflow, they make their scraping sounds on their boards as they clean their clothes in the darkness of the night. Let's see. So there are like sort of like water creatures. They're always associated with rivers and streams, and are sometimes seen like swimming in the streams and that kind of stuff. Let's see. They have been known to help carry water with, I assume, like their powers to burning houses. So they're not always evil. They're this sort of like ambiguous creature. Okay, let's see. So they'll use their boards to kind of like bring water into the house and stop the flames. Let's see. They're considered to be an omen of death. Here the book goes to other parts of Europe to talk about the washerwoman myths. So, in Britain and Los Boscos in France, I don't know what that is, they have a similar myth. So in this version of the myth, the French version, they will call to whoever's passing by, and they will call for help to strain the clothes that they're cleaning. If the person that goes out to help does it, like twists the clothes in the other direction of that the women are doing, they will be fine. But if they twist the clothes in the same direction, so counterclockwise or clockwise, I assume, if they twist the clothes in the same direction as the washerwomen, they will be drowned. So be careful. Be careful if you meet some strange washerwoman in the darkness cleaning their clothes, and she asks you for help. Be careful to notice what direction they're twisting their clothes in. Let's see. In some other versions of the myth, the washerwoman will clean the clothes of innocent dead, or of the unbaptized newborns, I assume. Let's see. So they're often like mixed up with other stories, like the Shanas that I talked about before. It's like evil nymphs. Is indigo blue or purple? I would say blue. Neighbor came to my work and was worried about my new hair. That's rude. You're allowed to slap them once. I love strange rules that doesn't teach you a moral, right? They're just like precautions and rules. I love that kind of thing in folklore. It feeds me. Yes, I love that. Okay, let's see if we can find any other specific versions of the myth. Here it seems to be listing other places. So yeah, they're basically, this last paragraph is telling us about things that they're mixed with. So the Shanas and other myths, they're kind of conflated with them. So it's rare to find like a pure version of the washerwoman myth, because they're often, conflated with other folklore creatures. As tends to happen, right? They're just kind of mixed up. I'll slap her and say Ed said I could. You do that. You have my permission. Thank you for the follows, happily. In Ireland, they are seen washing either the bloody clothes of one about to die a violent death, or the burial shroud of one who is about to die from other causes. Very interesting. Fairy tale law. Yes, no logic, just arbitrary rules. Yes. So if you meet the washerwomen, please twist the clothes the other way. Very important. Not that people ever wash their clothes in the river anymore, but you never know. Between blue and violet. There we go. That's a non-confrontational decision. I like that. And, well, here there's an illustration I can't show because it's full frontal nudity. But this one I can. Okay. This thing. Oh my god. This illustration is grisly. This is a woman eating guts. We don't know if they're animal gods or not. This is called the Thanka Barranca, or Santa Barranca, is an ogress that loves to eat guts. Isn't that lovely? Thanka Barranca is such a good name. Or Thanka Barranca as well. God, so many, like, you go village to village and the stories will change a little bit. Let's see. Here we have a very Asturian version of El Hombre del Saco, or the Sack Man, who is often conflated with El Coco, which we've done an illustration of. Is a man with a big sack, and he'll, as you can see in the illustration, he's carrying, has a human hand in here. He'll carry his victims in the sack. But here specifically in this chapter, it mentions El Coco and other creatures. El Coco, they use Coco here seemingly as a general term for boogeyman, so they don't mean specifically El Coco like the one we did, but specific like boogeyman that will, like, sleep well, or the monster will eat you. The kind of guys. But yeah, washing clothes in the industrial age will make them dirtier, absolutely. Nudity and cannibalism? Conscious pearls. Is curly hair or straight hair better? Legally? Oh my god. So I'm not here to answer legal questions. I'm not a lawyer. Classic guy who's still not a children away. Exactly. That's a horrifying way to make your children sleep. Just scare them into sleep. Into the bag you go. Exactly. Question for Sora and any other Spanish speakers here, from Spanish speaking cultures. Do you have El Hombre del Saco? Like that specific boogeyman, the man with a sack, or any version of it? I know El Coco is extended all over the Spanish-speaking world, so made me wonder. Have you played Cooking Companions? I haven't. My grandmother made traditional painted coconut heads and called them cocos. I love that. That's great. So if you guys didn't see, recently I made an illustration of El Coco, which is this, like, classic boogeyman from Spanish folklore that got extended into all of the Spanish-speaking world. There's no like physical description of it, so I kind of went literal with it. So if you guys don't know, the word for coconuts actually comes from this creature. So it was Portuguese sailors who first when they came across it in the Pacific, I think it was somewhere in the Pacific Ocean while they were doing colonialism, I assume. They saw these fruits and saw the three little holes they have that look like a face, and they said, that looks like El Coco, like the thing that will come eat you at night as a kid. And so they started calling it Coco, and that got extended to the whole world, and in English it became coconut, but in Spanish it's just Coco. So I went quite literal and used a coconut as the face, just gave it a glowy vibe, and then just covered it in cloth, like similar to the background here. I think I heard of El Hombre del Saco in The Simpsons. Interesting. Stubbing came from Mexico, so maybe in Mexico. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, I love doing this image, this little representation of El Coco. Oki played Cooking Companions. Interesting. Okay, I'll ask him. Could be a good game for a stream sometime. I think hopefully I'll be able, once I move out, which will happen in about a month from now. When I move out, after a little pause in streaming, because, you know, moving out, I will hopefully have a bit more time for streams once things can stabilize there. As I mentioned to you guys a few streams ago, I won't even know where I'm moving out until the end of this month. So the what day is it? The 30th, last day of this month. I will know where I'm going to be moving, and I'm going to have 1 month to move. For now, according to, you know, predictions, so it's not like a sure thing, but for now it looks like I'm going to be moving to the Canary Islands. So pretty much as far as you can get from where I live currently. I live in the northern tip of Spain, and I'm going to as far down as you can go in Spain. But it's lovely. It's a lovely place to live in. I'm really hoping that we get the Canary Islands. This all, if you missed it in the other stream, this all will depend on my partner and what placement she gets in her medical residency. So, you know, would be a great place. It's also like cheap to live in, and, you know, rent is great, and they have like very, very few taxes. So the I don't know how you call that, the tax that you pay when you buy anything, that like added percent tax. In Spain it's 20%. Over there it's 5%. So that actually means that I can pay less taxes when I do commissions for other people, because they don't have to pay that extra 20%. So that's nice. Mexico has a chupacabra. I think chupacabra is extended from Central America originally. Don't recall which country, but somewhere in Central America. Yeah, really hoping she gets her pick. I think it's pretty sure that we'll get Canary Islands, because there are 2 spots on there that she can access, and according to the placements right now, she'll get the first one. So even if things like if there's a surprise and someone before her picks Canary Islands, she would still have the second spot in there. So it would be quite a surprise if 2 people picked as a complete surprise in the last minute, pick the Canary Islands. So yeah, it would be very nice. Photoshop tax heaven. Oh my god. What's your favorite mythological creature? God, what a question. I don't know. So many of them. I love all of them equally. That's a coward's answer. Okay, so I'm thinking that the Llavanderes are definitely the ones to go for. So the ones from this illustration, I just love the myth of, you know, hearing in the woods at night, hearing this sound in the distance, and it's like old ladies cleaning their clothes and singing, something like that. And you know, once you hear that, like, you know it's them, and you know that you shouldn't get close because they're dangerous. And definitely, if they asked for help, definitely twist the clothes the other way. I like that. I think it can be like a very, very nice little story that goes like, you know, 1 or 2 tweets length. Photoshop a normal squid into Cthulhu. Cthulhu is overdone though. Anything Lovecraftian, I'm completely gonna ignore. Because, you know, overdone on the one hand, and then Lovecraft is an asshole on the second hand. I like to imagine every time you encounter a coco, it just steps on a coconut. Yes, or it just makes coconut sounds. I love that, like the Monty Pythons and their and their coconuts. That would be great. Imagine you're sleeping in the middle of the night and suddenly you hear Okay, so here we have a washing how's that, washboard that would have been perfect for one of these lavanderes, right? This is Celtic pattern, very classic patterns there. I don't know exactly where this one comes from. Let's see more details. It's going to be in Spanish, so bear with me. Oh no, it's actually English. It doesn't give any details, but it's taken by Carl Ragnar, so it might be Nordic, which is interesting. So this will be the Spanish Wikipedia on that. Okay, so what we need to find is an old picture of a stream. Not necessarily old, but we can. I think it's nice to start with an old picture than to take a modern one and like oldify it. It usually looks more authentic. So we are gonna jump directly into Pickrel, and we're gonna look for streams while we're streaming. Let's see. So I would take any kind of stream as long as it could feel like it's from my region, right? So more this than this. Though you could definitely find both in the region I live in. It's way more, you know, mountainous, and you'll typically find these kinds of streams just like messy and full of rocks and jumps and little waterfalls, all that kind of thing. Streaming streams, yes. Let's actually put that until the 1950s, something like that, just to get some old pictures. And starting from 1850, so it'll mostly be photographs. I live near a stream, or if you ever start hearing strange washing pedals, run like hell. Get out of there. You're walking around at night and hear old ladies singing. Let's see. Many of these pictures are very low quality. Like, look at this ones. The scans here are very bad. That's sad. So obviously, because of the archive bias, just gonna call it like that, we'll mostly get pictures from North America and Scandinavian countries, because, you know, they have the best and most complete archives. These, I completely recognize these. You guys might remember an edit that actually kept this structure with a little note on the top. I actually reposted it recently. It's one from November 2020. I'm actually find it faster on Twitter, I want to say. I think I reposted that recently. Let's see. Also, I gotta show you my pictures from the ritual thingy. Oh, maybe I didn't repost it recently. Okay, so there's two pictures I've done that kept that edge from all these pictures of the National Forest Service, and they have this very beautiful archive. So I sometimes have used that, you know, that this edge, like the structure that they have on so many pictures. Maybe I didn't repost that recently. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So you can see that here. You can see the vibe is there. Even though this is Canada, but still. What about this? Background. It's my backyard. But that doesn't have any streams though. Thanks for the suggestion. I will perform the John Cena summoning ritual. You fool. You fool. You'll doom yourself. So let's see. It's mostly like calm streams. Actually, what if I take some of my own pictures? Could be something. I could... Okay, but I'm gonna look for these in the background because I don't want to show anything identifying by accident. But I definitely have a bunch of images of streams from my region. Okay. I'll just pull them up here. Hey, Striga. Okay, so this is actually coincidentally from a hike I did with my partner that was full of very cool statues of folklore creatures. So you might have seen some of the edited versions of these. This is actually on the announcements tweets. I got this. I got this. It was full of beautiful statues of folklore things made from like debris from the river. So this one, they didn't have like any plaques or anything, so you didn't know which one was each, but this one definitely feels like the washerwoman that I was talking about. Like it comes out from the bark of a tree, which again matches with the story of them living inside of hollowed out trees, and it's like literally like hanging on top of the river. It doesn't have like that old crone look, but I think it's definitely like referencing that. Was that Sora Pombeiro? A fell famous in the countryside in the originally more remote areas of my country. It's called Pombeiro, and you can leave a friendless offerings to him at night, cigarettes, honey, alcoholic beverages, and ask for good crops or protection. I love that. But you must leave those offerings outside your house for 30 days or else. I love that. Okay, so here's a picture of a stream that would be typical in my region. This is heavily edited, of course. The original, I mean, isn't as purple because, you know, things don't look like that. That was just my my own take on it. I wanted it to feel sort of magical. Here's another stream. Here's a picture I used before editing, so it's definitely like very underexposed, but you can see I did that purposefully, so it could, once you cleaned it up, you could see the water kind of like stopped in time instead of being this just, let's see. I guess the other version would be this, right? If you took that in a different way, it feels like it has movement there, while this feels like it's stopped in time. Let's see. Also, you might hear tippy taps from the window. If you hear that, that's just rain. It's beautiful, atmospheric. Thank you. This was a little waterfall. Beautiful little waterfall. And let's see. Do I have any more of these stream? I have this. I think it's a different part of the stream. The picture isn't very good, though. I think it came out a little bit blurry. So this one... I wouldn't see any good spot to put the washerwoman here. Let's see. I got a bunch of this little stream. I'd like different, like I showed before, like this, and then like this. So we can see it like in a more stopped in time version. I don't know though, just looking at the clean version, oh, there we go. Just looking at this like clear version, I don't know where we could fit the washerwoman unless we put her like really close to the camera. You're probably gonna love this. The bombero can appear as a headless donkey, imitates animals once the sun is down. He always makes his presence known by whistling. You can only say his name as a whisper or risk getting hunted for a while. It's perfectly capable of slamming doors and windows shut or open them, make you hear steps around your house and not see anyone. I love that, bombero. I'm definitely like noting this down in my, you know, folklore list of folklore creatures that I want to cover at some point. Bombero. There we go. Yeah, that would be very fun. Chaotic neutral. Yes, I love chaotic neutral creatures from folklore, where they can help you or kill you. Hey, Sirit. So here, like this case is a very good one, the Llavanderes, because they can sometimes put out fires and like help you out, like help the neighboring villages out, and they can sometimes drown you if they just feel like it. So they're kind of scary in that chaotic way where it's not the overtly malicious kind of creature that if you see it, you know, like, oh, I'm fucked. This is more of a, oh, would it want to eat me today or will I be fine? I have plenty of spirits over here. I have. Yes, I said the name too many times. So now, yeah, I'll probably be hunted in a while since it has to come from South America all the way. That's a pretty long trip for a creature. So if I suddenly like start getting hunted, you guys will know that it's because I didn't whisper bombero. Swimming at Mach 20. I love that. I love that it's a very alive myth in that way. Okay, so I feel like this photo or the one that's a bit stiller. So this one here, again, it looks very dark, but it's a raw photo that can be brightened a ton, like the camera has that information. And it's a little bit like stuck in time. I think any of those two could work. Let's just drop them into Photoshop and see like where we can put the lavandera. This would be the edited version. Okay. Let me close down a bunch of stuff. I got so many images open. There we go. Oh, here's another. There we go. Okay. So I will open the raw photo here. Let's see. Let's start with a dark version. So as you can see, all the info was there all along. So I took the picture underexposed deliberately, but it can definitely like be brought back like that. We're going for black and white because all these pictures with the pictures that have that folklore theme, I try to make them feel very old and give them this sepia tone. So for now it'll be black and white, later it'll just be sepia. Not a sidetrack, absolutely not. I love hearing about cool folklore creatures.
I have a couple of pretty nice pictures of streams. I can drop them in the Discord. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I don't know if I have the Discord. Yeah, here. I'll have it open in the background. I've been digging into that wash paddle you downloaded. It's Norwegian. Interesting. That complementary folklore tradition. The aesthetic works. Yeah, actually, that. Okay. Is it behind me? I think the book is behind me. So I actually have another book from the same how do you call that? Publisher that did the one that we've been taking a look at today. It's right behind me. So give me a sec. I'll mute myself because it might get noisy. Okay, let's see. So, this is another book from the same publisher, and it's beautiful. Hold on. It's all about Celtic traditional patterns and stuff that has been found in decoration all over my region, and you can see all sorts of beautifully drawn patterns. Some pictures as well. So it covers so many things. Like you could dig into this book for ages. Just so beautifully illustrated. And those patterns that are on that wash paddle are definitely like they could pass as Celtic. I think it's literally this pattern. So interesting that Norwegian people had very similar patterns. Very cool. It's a beautiful book. Actually, is it? Hold on. Alberto Alvarez Peña. It is the same illustrator as this one. Ha, that's fantastic. I had no idea. So this book I got the other day, and this book I stole from my mother years ago. I was like, "Are you gonna read this?" Like, "'Cause I'll take it." And I just took it from her. I didn't steal it in a nefarious way. I just got it from her. What's the author of the book? I'll write it down here. Alberto Alvarez Peña, but Alba seems to have written a lot of books about these topics. Alvarez Peña. And it's like seems incredibly knowledgeable. Has cites a bunch of sources all the time and stuff. Okay. So, this, I think, less contrasted version of this could work. We could actually lower the exposure a bit to go for more nighttime feeling. So something like this could work. I'll just open it. I think it might open as Smart Object, yes. You've seen that name? You're kidding, really? I'm thinking if we should... I wonder what kind of cropping we could use for the photo. So this could potentially work. Well, let's see, we got a few other more brightly lit ones. I'm thinking this one. Okay, let's see. The saturates. This might actually work better. Feeling. Because I'm thinking we're going for an old school vibe here. Old school photos tended to have slower shutter speed than modern ones. So having the water be this kind of blurry, slow shutter thing would be probably more in line with the kind of picture you could take at the time. And since we're going for old school, that might be better. Other than that, they're very similar. They're taken from the same spots, obviously a little bit rotated because I'm not a machine. It's still, I think it would be kind of hard to make this feel old school. Is one of my issues with this. Let's see, let's put a little hue saturation here and colorize. And go for very like orangey yellow. So again, we're going for a similar vibe to the one from the Westia that we did a while ago. Let me pull it up. I think I closed it before. Where's that? That would go. Westia here. So a similar vibe to this. Yeah, we definitely need to reduce the fidelity of the image and the detail. You know I'm a bug cryptid? Where did you hear that? That's slanderous. I will not hear these slanderous accusations. Let's see. Can we mess the picture up enough? Enough that we can get an old school look from it. Your Twitch profile picture. Nonsense. That's a regular picture of me, a human being. I don't know where you heard that. It's slander. How would you get banned? You're literally the mod here. Okay, let's put the grain action. Still not there. Not quite there. I'm essentially like reducing the fidelity a ton and hoping I can get something that feels old enough. I can bat, yeah, true, I could bat him up. Yeah, I'm a regular endoskeletal human, man. So, okay, what I like about this image is that you could have the washerwoman here, cat crouch down with the washing paddle right in this little stream, so that the water falling on it. And this kind of shaggy look. I'm not gonna draw entirely because I'm not insane. But we could have this kind of like crouched position here. She could be up here as well. Or she could potentially be on this rock. Am I making her too small? Yeah, I think she might have to be bigger compared to the leaves around her. Nothing but pure flesh and blood with calcium-based endoskeleton. What is this kittiness nonsense I'm hearing? You're a regular endoskeleton man, then I'm sure bug spray would do nothing. Absolutely nothing. It would be perfectly fine. I sure do have my hemoglobin. I sure have lungs. I love my lungs. They're so cool. They can transmit oxygen without the use of a simple tracheal tube. Fantastic stuff. Okay, so let's look for stuff that we can use as a base for this kind of like crouched, cloaked figure kind of deal. Let's pop into the browser. And I'm gonna look for, I'm gonna go to stock here. Maybe pixels. Pixels might help here since it usually has more images of people. So cloaked. Let's see. Oh my god, that's Jesus. Happy Easter. What's with this? What is with this series of images? But okay, jokes aside, look at this. Crouch woman. That might be useful. Still, weird series of pictures. What the heck? What the heck indeed. You know, stock sites can be strange places. This one's creepy. The child with a lantern, but I like it. Classic ghosts. Apparently, you know, not very cloaked, but let's see if we can find something else on Pexels. Pexels tends to focus more on images with models, which is why I looked here first. It's a bit more limited usually. Hey, that's a horse. Speaking of Jesus, did anyone see the AI Twitter bot prompt? I didn't. Okay, we're not getting anything else out of cloaked. Would we get anything if we look for witch? Oh, Gimbal, that's a beautiful waterfall you posted on the Discord. Gabriel, Lola. Thick Jesus. Oh my god. Will this be stream safe? Hold on. Amazing. That's Thick Jesus as conceptualized by an AI. Hey, thank you so much for the sub, Gabriel. Get that money away from Jeff Bezos. if you got Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime, get your Twitch sub and we move money from Bezos pockets. It's free. Okay, so which will not give me the kind of thing I'm looking for? Is crone something I could find? Crone, it's like the old witch. No, nothing. Fair enough. Okay. I do remember seeing some images of a statue. Oh. I don't recall where it was, which is annoying. In what site it was. This is dope, by the way. I love this picture. I think we've seen most of these when we were doing the one for El Coco, because we also looked for cloaks. So many cloaked figures. But yeah, honestly, I kind of like the cloaked figure vibe. It matches so many folklore things. I think we actually used this one. I'm not looking for an entirely cloaked picture, but something like this lady here, where her posture can be twisted a little bit, and the face can be changed into that like witchy old lady. Hello. But it can certainly serve as a base. Sent a couple others in the score. Let me see. Nice. That's a lovely stream. Thank you. Something about an innocent AI stitching together thick Jesus is just rock comedy. It's great. Yeah, send the clips over there. That's lovely, thank you. Oh, okay. I like this. I think it could be used in conjunction with this to get a different hood. So I forgot to download this. It's such a silly picture, but it might actually be quite useful because of this. And actually, yeah, both of these two ladies below. Such a silly picture. Oh my god. The art photographer Guler Attes has created several lovely stories of cloaked women. Oh, I think I know what the ones you mean. I think I've seen those. Okay, let's see what else we can find. Look, some more woodland creatures. Okay, I kind of like this, I guess cloak or whatever you could call it. I know it's like a fashion thing, but it looks kind of disheveled. It could potentially work as kind of layering, because I don't want it to feel like, you know, just this regular cloaked figure. I want it to feel like an old woman that's dressed in just like a bunch of layered clothes, so that it feels cloaky, but it's not this one garment, right? It's just a bunch of layered things. A shawl, yeah, I like that. Yeah, shawl might give us some. Oh. Let's see. Well, we'll get a lot of like fashion fix, but some of them again might work well in that sort of layering fashion. So we can just pick like bits and pieces from different images. Not seeing anything, like all this feels too modern. I love this picture. Let's see. Now I think we can find our old woman. I think I just look for old woman. Try to find a profile picture, and then we'll make it scary, you know, right? We'll just get like we did for the man with the upside down face, where you kind of reduce detail from the face and obscure the eyes unless you get until you get something that could work. Like, look at this very lovely smiling woman. If you obscure the eyes, make it kind of blurry, it could feel kind of creepy, right? So you're changing the context, and that changes the expression, like it twists into something different. So I'm really liking this one because it's also sideways, so it could work with our composition. And the smile, right? You can easily twist a happy smile into a scary smile. This one could work as well. It's black and white. We don't mind that because we're working on something black and white. We have so many that we could potentially use. I love trying to look for pictures of old women and get a picture of genitalia. Oh no. I assume Wikimedia? Sorry. Bless you for always looking on Wikimedia. And exposing yourself to the possible horrors of that place. Yes. Of course it was Wikimedia. Okay, we have a few things. I think we have enough to like start putting some stuff on the page and seeing what we can do. So let me put a black and white filter on this. Hue, saturation, noise. This will be these were just our shitty sketches. And I'll put this here. You try to take the risk. Bless you, bless you. I'm thinking this one might work better as a base. Sora is a hero of this stream, honestly. What about this lady? Let me see. Oh, lovely. Yes, perfect. I'll download it as well. We'll kind of try a few faces on, see what can work better in terms of like the expression, the angle, etc. So I've downloaded it with the rest. Also, did I save it? I didn't. Let me save it to my collection so I can find the source later. Okay, so we're getting this. I don't mind the face. I'll just get it because Photoshop will probably want to get it. I don't mind the hands either. I don't know if we'll show the hands even. I don't think they're necessary technically. We can probably have the washing panel come out of the clothes directly, like kind of like the hands are being obscured by all the layers of clothing. And yeah, I think this can be a lovely base. I think it caught a little bit of Jesus on there. Yeah, it caught a bad case of the Jesus. Okay, let me do a selection that follows this curve here and get that. DM'd you a couple photos. Thank you. Yes, I saw them. Beautiful. Thank you. So many paintings and drawings. Oh, let's see. Native Alaskan woman. Oh, lovely. I think this one could work very well as well with the expression as well. So I saved it to the collection. I can't stand it when I get a little bit of, you know, Jesus cloak leftovers. Yuck. No, I'm not. Okay, if you're Christian, if you guys are Christian, I'm not. No disrespect, I'm kidding. Any Christians in chat? you might not like the pagan ritual I did the other day though. That's a different story. So we were joking around just last week, and we're doing this, right? We're at 2,988 followers. So that is 12 followers away from 3,000. Once we reach 3,000, we are sacrificing someone from this chat. Someone is going to get banned as a sacrifice to the algorithm gods. Because, you know, that's how every streamer does. And so we were joking about that last week, or we were like creating this concept and this event. But I actually did a pagan ritual for real this weekend. I'm not even kidding. As I told you guys, I was going out visiting family to that like old family home, and my aunt was there, and she's this very like spiritual person. She's just like the general concept of spiritual. She loves all kinds of religions and stuff. She's like mostly Christian, but she loves all this sort of esoteric things. And then there's my sister, who's a nerd, like me. We're both nerds. And we kind of talked each other into celebrating a pagan ritual. So it was actually my aunt's, this aunt that's very spiritual. It was her birthday on Saturday. It was also the full moon, and it was also Easter, right? So we decided that we would make a fire and make some offerings of very like sacred plants that the Celts would have sacrificed to their gods. Which would be yew, mistletoe, and oak, and we had some sacrifices of that. We did a libation. It was very fun. We did it just like kind of as a semi-improvised thing, and it was fun. And I posted some pictures on Twitter, which you might have seen yesterday, with a kind of cryptic tone, but. That's what they meant. So I can show you some of the pictures, because some of them have like people that I haven't asked if they agree to be shown on stream. But I love this picture, how it came out. So the night was super foggy, and it was really beautiful because you could see the moon just like as a little point in the sky, that full moon. And we did this fire. It was just burning bright. And I stepped out, and then I see the moon and the fire just perfectly positioned. I was like, I've got to take a picture of this. It came out beautiful. And then I have some close-ups of that's the moon again, seeing through some trees. And that's a fire. Oh, here it is. That's the fire with some yew burning on it. Of course, yew is very, very poisonous, so we didn't get very close to it as it was burning, just in case some of the poisonous stuff got in the air, which I don't think so, because the fire destroys it. But still, like, better safe than sorry. I don't want to accidentally poison someone in my pagan ritual. I'll tell them about raiding craft shops for googly eyes to arrange in a summoning sigil. Sniff the fumes. I also took this picture, which was, so we were, because I wanted to take pictures of this, and people were, you know, walking around with their phone flashlights. I was like, that's ugly as hell. So I got some candles, some of those long white candles that we had for I think for some lamp or something. We had bought some candles, and I just gave a candle to everyone to have on their hands. And then there are these beautiful, I don't know how these are called in English, but these flowers. I told my brother, put the candle into the flower for a second, and I took this picture, and I love how this one came out. In this channel, we don't poison people by accident, only on purpose. Exactly. And let's see, anything else I can show? Not of the edited ones, because they all have people. Let's see, I have some unedited things. No, but they don't look too interesting. Yeah, that'll be enough to show you the gist of it. Calla lilies, yes, thank you. Yeah, they're beautiful, beautiful flowers. I actually thought about using that, and that's why I didn't post it on Twitter. Because I thought about using them, I like make a little story around them. Kind of like there's this ghost that appears like in these lilies, and it only appears like right as the last light from the sun disappears. It just like flashes for a few seconds, and that's the only moment you can see that little ghost or something like that. Something that feels a little bit atmospheric like that. I think that would be fun. But yeah, there's some pictures from that little ritual we did. So I don't know, I might make up a little story about it, and it would be the only story I have ever done with an unedited picture. Well, it's edited, right? I just like edited the values and colors, etc. But there's no like added elements, which is literally just a candle put inside a flower. Okay, so we're here. I'm actually going to do something here. I'm going to take these levels, I'm going to replicate them as a separate layer. So that's 42, 192. It's 42. And 192. And then here, 14, 047, 160. 14. 160, 0.47, I think. Okay. So now we can apply that to all the layers instead of just the background. This is a cool statue, let me see. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Sora. Hey, Tito Nitrogen with the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're here making some folklore creatures. You're right on time. How's everybody doing? Hey, Tito. How's your stream? So here's a little context for what we're doing. Okay, let's see. I just got this book of folklore from my region, folklore from Asturias, which is in the north of Spain. And here's the book, and we were doing something on las Llavanderes, which are, you can see this lovely illustration by the author. So the Llavanderes are also an extended myth across many European places. they're called the washerwoman in many places. They are these old ladies that wash their clothes in the river like people used to do in the middle of the night, and they'll ask you for help while washing their clothes. So they'll ask you to twist the clothes to get to like dry them. If they ask you for help, and this is important life advice, if you ever meet one of these folkloric washerwomen and they ask you to dry their clothes for them, you have to watch which way they twist the clothes and twist it the other way. So if they go clockwise or counterclockwise or vice versa, because if you twist the same way as them, you'll get drowned. You'll only be safe if you twist the opposite way. We're just playing some drums. Nice. I'm a huge fan of your work. Thank you so much, Tito. I'll definitely check out the stream. I love music streams. I think art and music Twitch is like the best place. It's one of the best like communities on the internet. I'll definitely depend on the channel, but in general, you know, people are so cool in art and music Twitch. It's just like a different vibe. Oh, what's this picture, Sora? Let me see. Oh. Hold on, that's like... Oh my god, Sora, you found... I never thought of literally looking for washerwomen. Because I felt like that must be so old and there won't be pictures of it on the internet. But of course there would. I'm silly. That's... You were right on the money. Pictures of old ladies. Because we're looking for faces for this creature. This is beautiful. Lavandera Rio. It's 1890. Buenos Aires. Nice. This is good. And let's see. This link is broken, I think. So, okay. Yeah. Oh, this one. It's kind of hard to see the outline of the face, but it could also work quite well. Again, always look for the license. These are public domain, so we can use them perfectly. These are great, Sora. Thank you so much. They're from your country. It all lines up. It was destiny. Yeah, the quality is not amazing, but it might be enough. So we got, there we go. Nice, that's lovely. Yeah, oh, if you found an Argentinian archive out there on the internet, it's just not included in the usual search like databases, please send me, because I would love to see I love to like add more archives into my collection, so you know you have more and more sources, especially if the pictures, you know, are in the public domain or usable, because that depends on the law of each country. We could actually look on Pickroll here for washerwoman, and see if we find anything. So those are mostly going to be paintings. Let's narrow that down to the era of photography. So we're going from around 1850, so it's just the date I usually use, till, oh, it only goes to 1870. So not a lot of washerwomen in this. Yeah, not a lot, no. It's definitely just some paintings and... My country's generally shit at organizing things digitally. I feel ya. Spain is not very good either. So yeah, maybe the pictures made it to Wiki Commons through just some other source. Okay, let's see. Let me pull those in here. Nice. Oh, I like this one too, because, you know, she has her bundles of clothes there. You know, even if we don't use these directly, they could serve as the background characters. So it's usually not just one lavandera, it's usually several of them. It's like a group of just old witchy crones singing in a little stream, just having a lovely time. Wish I could be them. Just scare passersby, sometimes help out, mostly just be scary. That's the ideal state of being. Okay, let's see. This, no. Part of the face. Let's cut that manually. There we go. So these could be the background characters, even if we don't use them directly, or one of them could be the main one, one of them could be the background one. Let's see. Yeah, this one here especially, because, oh, we have two here actually. And I didn't notice there was another one in the background. Yeah, this definitely could be background characters. We could also use little things like piles of clothes. I keep finding more good photos, but I don't want to overload the Discord channel. There's no overloading that channel. The more pictures, the better. I from time to time, I organize them and put them all into this Google Drive, where I just save them and upload them there with the name of the person who uploaded it, and like a short, like 1 or 2 keywords, and organize them in little folders. So you like feel free to just post a million pictures. It's fine. Oh, thank you, Sora. Hold on. Maybe I was just I was not looking for Llavanderes. Was it that? You're kidding me. There's a lot more pictures in Spanish. Here's that one. Huh. And more. Ben, welcome. Group trip to Asturias to pretend to be a group of washerwomen, please. Let's do this. Group activity. I too wish to exist simply to be spooky. Yes. Okay. Thank you for giving that search another try, Sora. Yeah, I would have never thought about looking for that in Spanish, because, you know, Pickrel is always translated to English. So I have a photo. How can I improve its quality? That's hard. Maybe try an AI upscaler. Like AI upscaler. There are a million of this. I've used them a couple times. I think I've done this one because it's in purple. But here, you can try some of this. This is just AI upscaling. It's your best option if you don't want to upscale an image that's low quality, but it's not a miracle. Okay, nice. Oh, that's lovely. Oh my god, yes. We're blessed today. Okay, nice. I really love this one because we have a group shot. There are some like younger boys, it seems, but we can just take the older ladies. Where is this? Is this still in? Ah, Valdevia. Did I double check the license? Oh yeah, these are public domain. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, all these seems to be public domain, all that collection. What's that, Laz? What the hell? Okay, hold on. Let's look for that mysterious video that Laz just sent us. Subway creatures. Oh my god, I wish I could be them. They're just vibing. Oh my god. Dimitri, thank you for the follow. Also optional fingers. And then... That's amazing. So they're literally just vibing, right? I love that. Love that for them. I'm sure it's something. Whatever it is, I'm here for it. I agree. Fully agree. Oh my god, we got so many good pictures of washerwomen with this. To the point where I'm feeling that our stream image, the one we used as a background, might be inadequate. This one's lovely too, we can see them from the back. These ones, the problem with, we could directly use these pictures as backgrounds as well, but they don't, these images definitely don't feel like Asturias, like my region. So what I'm thinking we could do is maybe look for literal pictures of my region and see if we can find anything old school. Oh, by the way, look at this beautiful. That's like one of the iconic landmarks in my region. It's this Roman bridge. It's called the Roman Bridge. I think it might be even older. Like I think it's not Roman, but it's just called the Roman Bridge by everybody. But nothing old there. Sad, sad. Okay, let's see. We got a bunch of pictures of washerwomen. There might even be more here. Let me just give everything a quick look. There's some from Mexico. And these are the same ones again. A bunch of paintings. Apparently paintings of washerwomen are common. This is France. And it's a very low quality picture. Or a scan, at least. And seems like we've run out. Okay, I think we got a bunch of what we were looking for. So that's fantastic. Okay, here, let's give that a quick selection. It will definitely not select the top of her head because it kind of blends with the water. So we'll probably have to do that manually. Also, don't mind. Oh. Wow, okay, it did detect the top of the head. Amazing. Also, while I use the selection tool, don't mind the camera going a little stuttery. That's just Photoshop being poorly optimized. It's silly. Kind of like this one. Okay, let's see. I think the other one, like this picture had another one here, yeah. that was not a very good selection. Let's give this part a second try. That was nothing. Again, okay. We'll just select things manually. This Photoshop is just not having it today. It did well before, so I won't put too much blame on it. Okay, that's another picture. We have this one, and this one. Lovely. Okay, so here we have someone that's very up close. I think we can just select the women, like this one. That's actually probably it from this picture. Just like people that are easily selectable. I'll also try to get boards. How did your little break thingy go? It went great. I was talking about the pagan ritual we did before. Oh, it's medieval. That's true. It's for some reason they just started calling it the Roman Bridge. Okay, the face here might be a bit hard to get, because it's blending in with the background. But no, Photoshop did a good job. Pretty nice. Okay, one last selection, that's actually two. Found him. Is that like another video of that same group? Oh yeah. Oh my god. Let's see. Of course it's the New York subway. So they're just out there doing their little strange rituals. What are they even doing? They're just waiting around. Oh, they're drawing symbols. And playing their little flutes. They're just doing their thing. I like the little language. Yeah, it's cute. Lovely. They remind me of beekeepers, like old beekeepers that used to have these wicker masks. Never been able to find any more info on them, and that's very, yeah, I love that. Should we get the bucket as well? Now let's keep the bucket out. Keep the bucket out of this one. Okay, that'll do. Let's get this other one here. And let's see, we'll probably not use all of them, because now we have a bunch of them. More than we can probably place in the image. Yeah, the link to the vid was posted by Laos on stream. You just go scroll up a bit. Let's leave that bucket in because it kind of clips with her. So let's just get it all in the same selection. Infinite washerwomen. Fractal laundresses. Okay. So yeah, we have way more. So many more that we can do anything with. I'm actually considering getting another picture of a stream. Like something that looks lush like this, because that's like the vibe that we're going for. We can make some things in for my own picture. But I feel like we can't easily place all these washerwomen on there. Let's see. Let's pop into this and just look for mountain stream, perhaps. So yeah, something that feels rocky. This one's good. Could be okay. It feels like it's one of those things where you see it and you feel it's American for some reason. I can't exactly pinpoint why, but the kind of scenery that you see and you go like, yeah, that's American. And that's the problem with this. We'll just get a lot of American things. Just filter by image. There we go. Well, it is lovely, actually. Huh. Okay, I like that. We have that same vibe of the water being blurry, which is nice. Washing the clothes to make a pile, washing the clothes to make a and so on. This one could work very well too. Like it could perfectly be a stream in the area I live in. I think it's the type of trees that kind of makes it feel more American. I think it's like the coniferous trees, like I don't know if that's their name. Like pine trees, all these. They're very specific, or very that type of view is very specific to America. To a certain area of it, of course. It's a whole continent. That's too small. That stereoscope. The Mandelbrot washing powder. Okay, let's see this one. Oh, it's also very small. Maybe forest stream will give us something better. A mountain stream. Okay. Ooh. This is lovely. Where might this be? Okay, so this one could work because you have like a lot of space to put each of the washerwomen, and it also already has that old kind of sepia vibe that I love. So this is apparently from Getty Museum. Now, this might be hard to find in their own archives. Sometimes museums have really hard to get archives and hard to find images. Sometimes I reverse search them on Google just to see if you can find the original, because this won't give us any big resolution, but the original place often does have the original resolution. It can be way better. Yeah, the photo is perfect. I really hope we can find the... Oh, let's see. This one's on Alamy. I hate that they try to license images that are public domain. That's infuriating. Like, just release them for free. Yeah, T9 might work as well. Let's look for this one. So Alamy, it's all Alamy. God damn it. Selling public domain images is... it's quite something, isn't it? Okay, so let's try to look for them on Getty here and see if we can... they're just called Forest Stream. So sometimes you first have to find their explore art. Let's see. What? My god, this site is so broken. I wonder if you can just search for images here. Oh, okay. Yes, it is here. So you can just search for it on the main page. Okay, I was too hard on the Getty Museum. It just felt unapproachable, but... hey, what's this picture? Lovely. Look at this. Florence and Mr. Fleckenstein. That feels like a fake name. By a forest stream. That's lovely. They're just having a lovely time here. Okay, let's see. I think that was one of the ones I was eyeing before. Let's see. Arthur Brown. 1878. That's very, very early photography. That's beautiful. Do they say where it is? They don't say where it is, but British, so it might be just a British forest, which makes sense that, like, it's, again, it doesn't give that American feeling. British forests can be very similar to the ones we would have up here, or down here, I guess. Okay, this is the one I was looking for. Perfect. It has a lot of, like, ground surface to put the washerwoman in. Oh, the blurb says Yorkshire? Yorkshire? How do you say that? Yes, okay. Do you say Yorkshire? English place names are hellish. They're the worst. Like, they're never pronounced in a way that makes sense. Okay. Why does it say highest resolution 2055, like 500 pixels, and then it says 3000 pixels here? I'll just get the 3000 pixels, thank you very much. And it was much better than the one we could get on Picroll. So there we go. Yorkshire, thank you. Saltburn by the Sea is a seaside town in Redcar, Cleveland, North Yorkshire, England. Oh, that forest looks lovely. You know, as much shit that we give to the Brits, they do have some lovely forests. Okay, so I'm thinking we can go for a similar crop of this image, where we center it on the stream part of the image. Yeah, it should be pronounced Worcester. Like, I'm sorry. But Worcester. Worcester. Like, come on. Give your places real names. Like, pronounceable names. Is it Worcestershire? I think it's Worcestershire. I don't know. I don't know. How do you pronounce that one? I think it's like very, very shortened when it should be Worcestershire, right? Or Worcestershire, if you want to say it like that. Worcester. Worcester. Oh my god. Beauchamp Beecham. It's literally French. Leicester. Chol. Oh my god. Chumley. Cholmondeley. Oh my god. Worcester. I love it. I mean, I love it in a... I find it very funny way. Okay, so we'll put the hue saturation on it. We'll give it our own tint to match the other pictures in the series. And now we take all those washerwomen and we put them here. Hi, the washerwoman matrix. Oh my god, feather, stone, fanshawe? What? What? You're telling me the word feather, stone, which are two words that literally have a very specific pronunciation, and I guess hog for the other, hog, I don't know how that part would be pronounced, is pronounced fanshawe. Oh my god. We're doing British English pronunciations. We're just scratching our heads. See, I love a phonetic language. English is a mess. I love how in Spanish you see a word and you know exactly how it's pronounced. You don't need anything else. Your ancestors are Irish and French. I'm not blaming you. You're here. You're the you're just the messenger here. I'm not gonna shoot the messenger. So we'll have to do a little bit of levels on each of them to match the tone of the image. I think this can probably do with similar levels. It comes from the same image, right? Yeah. I had an undergrad English lit professor who's from 1, the UK, and 2, a rather snooty background. And she gave us a long list of these. Oh my god. The snootiness. So you're basically telling me that they're proud of this. That they're not only like, oh, we have strange place names that are unpronounceable by reading them. Not only that, but they're proud of them. and they want to teach them to people. Devil language. Devil language. Okay, the problem with this one is that she's just drinking from a little straw. I mean, the picture is lovely, but it doesn't feel like, you know, this folklore creature. She feels too regular. I was gonna say she feels too human, but obviously. this one maybe could be just peeking out from behind this, just to kind of show that they're a large group and that there might be more just out there crossing that corner. Spanish, I'll put H in some words with X just for funsies. Ovivíparo. You know what? Let's rebel against popular languages. Let's all learn Asturiano. Vamos a falar Asturiano. Y es muy fácil. I'm just speaking. What I'm speaking right now would be the dialects, because I don't know. Again, I don't know how to speak the Asturian language. So I'm just mixing in some words that I know from the language with Spanish. That's how most people do. Oh my god, Beavis. Okay, task for next stream. Everyone learns a super obscure language, and then we all exclusively speak the languages we've learned, and the stream becomes a Tower of Babel. Babel? I don't know. Tower of, however you say that. There'll definitely be some babbling. Like, as we all know, this stream is just a linguistic stream, hidden in the veneer of a Photoshop horror art stream, so let's just go all in. Okay, this one's looking at us. What if... So I don't like the posture as much. What we could do is take her face and stitch it on someone else. But again, the posture... it could fit this lady. It could potentially fit this one. It looks like she's twerking, but... Okay, this one is very high quality, but I like the face of this one. So what if... Just gonna take this, and then take both of these ladies, and... put them the closest to the camera. So this will be like our main focus of the image. Let's first place this one, which will be our main character. Can I call Wingdings even though it's just a font? Okay, I'll take it. Desoxirribonucleico, esternocleidomastoideo, paralelepípedo, clavicémbalo. Clavicémbalo, that's not a word now. Transustanciación. Beautiful, beautiful words. Okay, so I'm gonna take just this chunk here. First, I'm going to make a copy in case I do use the body of that washerwoman somewhere else. I'm going to delete the layer mask, reapply. Oh, that's backwards. There we go. Now, the size of the face needs to match. This seems right. Paralelepípedo is very good. That's like scientific term for. So it would. I don't recall. It's for a type of animals. I don't recall which ones they are. But it would mean parallel. Obviously, the word parallel is the same. And I think bípedo, which would be something like the feet parallel or something like that. So now, I'm sorry, lady, you're getting your face deleted. Oh, okay. No, I was completely wrong. Parallelepiped is a three-dimensional figure with 4 6 parallelograms. Well, there's egg on my face. That's how you know that most of the time when I'm speaking and it feels like I'm very sure about something, I'm mostly just bullshitting. Best shape, absolutely. Parallelepiped. Okay, so this one the levels are completely off. Let's see if I can get more contrast out of that face, like so. I'm not gonna want the face to be super clear, but I still want it to be like visible, you know? Oh yeah, you speak Spanish? Yeah, I speak Spanish too. Paralelepípedo. Then you leave. Perfect. Transubstanciación. Yes, I know that's like a Christianity thing, but I completely blocked off all my religion classes from when I was a kid. So I just know it as like Christian stuff. My brain, so it was put in the bucket of inside my brain of like Christian stuff I'll never use again. I think the face is still too big. That feels better. Transubstantiation, yes. Yes, in general, words from a Latin, that descend from Latin in English are basically the same ones as Spanish words. So you can usually just take a guess with the closest English word, and you'll probably be very close to the Spanish word for it. Like pronunciation, pronunciación, same thing. Otorrinolaryngologo, yes. It's ear, nose, throat surgeons or doctors. It's ENT in English and ORL in Spanish, because otorrinolaryngólogo. Also, yes, very fun word. Try saying that 3 times. Otorrinolaryngólogo, otorrinolaryngólogo, otorrinolaryngólogo. Try that at home. So the good thing is I can actually mix the backgrounds a little bit because they blend quite well. Channel is so fun and so weird. Yeah, weirdly wholesome. I agree. Because as like weird and hostile the internet can be, there are cool places. I think this stream is one of them. On the Discord, I can say the same for the Discord. Just like full of nice people. It's very rare that there's like a weirdo that needs to be blocked or that kind of thing. That happens very often in so many internet communities. So I think we're just like quite lucky. Okay, I'm gonna do this for the face and hopefully try to get some more detail out of it. Is Oki Spanish? Oki, yes. Oki's originally from Mexico, but he lives in the US right now. Yes, I love the Mexican dialects. I just love how it sounds. There's so many cool dialects in Spanish. Yes, I did an interview with Oki. It is on my YouTube. That is true. I think there's a YouTube command to get that link easily. Yes, it's there. My very active and used YouTube channel. I think I'll do more video stuff at some point. It's always like in the back of my mind. Because I keep coming across cool things, cool like stories in my research, and I think it could be fun to make little videos about, like video essay style, but you know, this takes time to make. But I'd love to do one on like Antarctic exploration and stories from there. Just tell like a few stories that I found. I think that could be very fun. Lamp King makes a meme appearance in the new Oki video. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's perfectly fine. Send me the link to that. I don't think I saw that. And we'll send it to Melody as well, because Melody is the originator of the Lamp King. Okay, kind of hard to mix these two images. Oh, the levels are just slightly different for each of them. You're drinking absinthe. Oh my god, I hope that's not a lot of absinthe, because that stuff is strong. I have bad memories of absinthe. A question, is au pair a word? Yes, au pair, like pick someone up on your shoulders, that kind of thing. Is it like one of those things where you think, oh, I should get to that sometime, then delay, yes. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly the kind of thing it is. You nailed it. Oh, wrong layer. Here. It comes from the Greek absinthian, wormwood. Ooh. Yes, one is probably more than enough. 9 shots of absinthe before going to the bar. Oh my god, Felix. Where are you alive? That would kill me. So my brief experience with absinthe is as a teenager going to a bar with an older friend, and he was like, "Hey, I'll pay you. I'm gonna get a couple shots of something. I don't know what he said. I'll invite you." I'm like, "Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you." Comes back with a couple shots of something that's clear. So I think he probably said it was vodka or something like that. And I drink it, and I'm literally drinking fire, and it. I literally felt like I had a sore throat for that whole night. That bastard, he pranked me. He got me good. I'm trying to see if this would look better here. No, I kind of like her right behind. Yeah. The nefarious reputation is largely due to it being rather high proof. What's high proof? Not familiar with the term. Okay. Things are more or less looking integrated. Obviously not like entirely, but I'm thinking what's the next step to take once all the edges are polished, and I'm thinking I'm gonna darken the image quite a bit, like on top of everything, because instead of doing it layer per layer. And then once that's done, I want to emphasize the face of this one to, you know, make her look creepier. And because that's going to be like that's the gist of the image, isn't it? It's that face. Alcohol proof. It's a measure, okay, measure of the contents, like the percentage measure, yeah. Yeah, there's like some early rumors going on about absinthe being hallucinogen. It's just a strong alcohol. and as any it'll just make you drunk, as any strong alcohol does. Oh, and thank you for the save reminder. It's literally untitled, so whoa, more. You got every time I open a window, because I was working on the Patreon postcards, so you get like little glimpses of the next postcard. It's gonna be very fun. I'm going for a 70s style. If you guys have signed up for the Patreon this month, I think you really enjoy the 2 postcards that are gonna be up. So there's gonna be Llavanderes. Also, if you didn't know, people who subscribe to the Patreon this month will get 2 postcards instead of 1. So, I guess I didn't remember to change the Patreon thing. So ignore the timer thing. That was from the long stream we did. I'm gonna pull up Nightbot here so I don't forget to do that later. Okay, actually just did it now, because it takes a second. Yes. The feeling of realizing it's untitled is real. Very real. Thank you, Felix. Oh, did you get yours for this month? Because there was the I was curious about it, because there was a transporter strike at the beginning of the month, or like just the end of last month when I sent them, and I think everything probably got delayed. So I'm hoping they just got to people safely this month. I mean, the ones from March. Which, by the way, I guess I'll show, because they were a bit of a different one. The ones I did for March are actually based on the Ziggurat project. So it's the first postcard I ever do that is based on something that's still unreleased. But here it is. It's supposed to be like, instead of being this old school postcard, I made it modern, because there was no way of making this old school. So they're reversible, which is fun as well. So that would be the front and the back. Not yet, huh? God, I hope it gets there soon. Because they went out, yeah. That means it must be a bit slow this month. It's already the 19th over here, the 18th for you. Yeah. Usually takes like a couple weeks to get there, right? Yeah, I'm hoping it won't take too long. Because the strike ended like early this month. But I imagine due to the strike, everything kind of got bottlenecked, and so they were going a bit slow after that, I imagine. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I think I might have to make this one a bit darker before I do anything. There we go. There. Okay, let's see now. 11. Okay, so we're definitely going for dark and ominous. I'll probably add some more tint later, but it's slightly easier to work with it in grayscale to just see the values better. At least for me, might be just a me thing. Gonna do a bit of this, and the vignette is, of course, very old school. I love old pictures with a big vignette. So, of course, part of the lore of the washerwomen is that they wash their clothes at night, usually, which is why we're going dark with the image. I'm assuming there's some kind of, you know, moonlight situation. We can still see a bit. Are we ready to honor Googly L? Oh my god, it's Googly L time, absolutely. Once I leave this menu, we're Googling. Oh, there's a tight balance here. Okay, googly eyes. Very important. Hold on, I was thinking, would we get a reflection for, in this kind of blurry water, would we get a reflection for the washerwomen? I'll have the googly eye kind of leave the hood a little bit. It's goofy, I like it. Okay, we do need to go back below this. We'll leave the googly eyes in. I saved over a project with a bad autosave and lost hours of work once. Oof, I feel ya. It's happened to me as well during this stream. We all remember the Photoshop furry curse. And that's why we never look up images of Photoshop furries in this stream. Because it will crash my computer. Maybe a faint reflection. Yeah, okay, let's look at the original here. Just on its own. And see what the deal is. So we definitely have some I can see this rock reflected quite well. I can see this reflected faintly. So it feels like a stretched out reflection a little bit. I think I can see some reflection of the trees above here, probably this tree. This branch here. So there are definitely some reflections, but they're faint and they're stretched out vertically a little bit. Which is good to know. Good to know. Also, I just noticed this one here. Gonna mix in those layers a bit. Oh, there's actually a hard cut here. Well, good thing I noticed. Just gonna cut that like this. Do a fake cut. And look, yeah, it looks decent. Okay, so we would get some reflection from this woman, and this one. Also, you in the background definitely should be blurry as hell. Same for your edge. Let's feather that. There we go. So let's start with her. I'll do a copy of this. I'll take it at about this point and flip vertically. A little bit lower like this, I think. And let's actually, hold on. Do we have any reflection in the original? Not really. Not very clear. So we're gonna put this on darken, I think. Yeah. I'm gonna change the levels a bit. So we can hopefully get some robes. Now let's forget darken. Let's put this on soft light instead, because that way we'll get some of the white robes from it. Shave your teeth, brush your eyes. Oh my god. Cursed. That's very cursed. Let's just apply all of this and blur that. I think a regular blur will probably be good for this. I don't think a vertical stretching would really bring us anywhere. Let's see. This one is spared by having someone in front of her. This one. Flip vertical. We don't have like a lot of space for the reflection, so honestly it'll just be like a little bit there. Not a huge need for it. And then, what about this one? Do we think she needs a reflection? Okay, a little bit of turn here. Yeah, probably. Just because of the white cowl or whatever that is called. Soft lights. Yeah, it's better. Okay, that seems all good. Big blur. There we go. For a second I was thinking, what if they had no reflection to kind of imply their ghostly nature? That's not that fun. I'm thinking of something that could show a more ghostliness from this picture. Ghostliness, that's a word, I guess. Good googlies. Thank you. What could we do to imply more, you know, their evil nature and intentions? Not that their intentions are always evil, but you get what I mean. Hold on, let me remove the googlies. See what we're dealing with here. Okay, it's definitely better than what we had. The edges here look natural. We got reflections. This person in the back is not like, it's way more integrated. We do need some big grain. I don't think we added that actually. We didn't. Where's our big grain? Come on. It's like basic. Should be very grainy. Also, thank you for the safe reminder. Slightly translucent. A partly submerged body. Like here, right in the middle of these two. Ooh, okay, okay, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like that. I still think this one is too clear. Okay. Let's go below and give this one a bit of a blur. A bit more than what she already has. Maybe give the edge a blur as well. Making them all have knives. They all have signs that say evil. That's, you know, a bit heavy-handed, but it gets the point across. It's effective. What about the pool closer to us? Yes, that could work as well. Let's see. Submerged body. Here's what I get in, where I get myself into a watch list. Okay, let's close all these. Closing that. Not sure if pictures have opened, so. Okay, that's the one we used. What if, if we're gonna find something old school. Submerged body. Not really here. Oh, there's a slight problem. I'm gonna look on Wikimedia, but if you look for something with the word body on Wikimedia, you'll probably get like stuff that wouldn't work for a stream. Let's see. So I'm looking for it on my second screen. You guys can't see it, but nothing. Well, I guess it's not like people take pictures of drowned people and put them on the internet. I guess that might be a bit silly. Like you'll get a lot of pictures of people kind of swimming or underwater. Those like kind of cool underwater shots. Everyone loves taking those, but not of a person playing dead on the water. Maybe a hand sticking out of the water. I would hope no one would. Me too, me too. I mean, you'll find some grisly stuff sometimes, especially war things. You have some very grisly images on archives. Okay, hold on. Let's pop back here into the browser. Let's put hand here. I think we'll get anything out of Picroll, honestly. Just like a quick look. Water hand. See if we can get a hand sticking out of the water, that could be good. But obviously not. Because that way we'd get like the reflection and everything. We don't have to make that from scratch. Okay, I think we're going to unsplash, which will probably have more than enough. There's a method of floating called Dead Man's Floats. You're face down to conserve energy. Yeah, Dead Man's Floats. Maybe even here. Mostly like people chilling and reading, but... potentially. Let's see. Let's look on Pexels, maybe? More people chilling. See, I assume we would get a lot of these. Because if you look for floating and that kind of thing, that's what you'll get. Pixabay. Let's see what kind of weird things there are on Pixabay. Well, look. This guy. Okay, what did I look for in Wikimedia for Dead Man's Float? I don't think so. Oh, this guy's taking in this guy's taking in water. Angry people up, thank you for the follow. Also, did I follow that save reminder? I did now, under the hood here. Just put a dude floating in the water reading a book. Just chilling. Sometimes you just chill with the washerwomen. If they don't want to kill you, you can just chill. This guy's definitely doing a Dead Man's Float. The angle is not right, unfortunately. I'm thinking this one, just the face is kind of silly, so it's not the best. I mean, this one, if we just take the face, perhaps. And just uncovered a large cache of coroners and forensic pathology images. Yeah, true. Okay, here we have some hands popping out of the water. It's a picture that's pretty old and would kind of work with what we have, I think. And it is the Library of Congress. Okay. So this could work. Hey, Chaos. Okay, we'll look here for photos and let's see, because there seems to be a few. Got a stream. Hey, welcome. Welcome, chat. Let's see, I'm gonna look for Dead Sea floating. Let's see if we find some of those stereographs. Okay, I think it is this. It's called Impossible to Sink in the Dead Sea. Hey, is it image all right? Is it? Let me reload. Please work. I think it's just kind of stuck in loading hell. I'm just gonna download the TIFF and go for it. Hope it doesn't take too long. Yeah, these are very slow downloads from the Library of Congress. It's a great resource though. So I'm retouching some small things to hopefully match the background with the foreground, with all the washerwomen a bit better. Here's hoping it works. I didn't do a lot, honestly. Okay, this is still downloading. Let's give it a minute. While we do a bit of this. See what works, what doesn't. I'm feeling like the face here should be a bit clearer. But we can probably just edit this on top. So using soft light on top of this. And make the face slightly more visible to us. We give her a creepy smile. And eyes that are completely black. Because, you know. It's an evil washerwoman at the end of the day. We could even get some of the faces. Yeah, that could actually work. So some of the faces we got from the original could work. Like, originally, I mean. Watching you get pumping get better on Photoshop. I'm glad. Okay, so here's what I was thinking. This hand here. Let me make this a bit bigger. See if we got enough quality for it to work. I think we do. We could get any of these hands, but I think this one is probably the one that works the best. Has a little bit of reflection. And usually pale eyes. I like that. I don't know if we'll be able to get that across with the very limited definition that we have. But we can give it a try, see how that looks. Let's see, let me skip the music to... No, but two little white dots can work very well, honestly. You can get the point across with very little in terms of eyes, because our brains are very good at picking up eyes. I'm thinking, okay, so what I'm thinking is if we're only doing one hand like this, it could be right between these two to kind of imply that they're like this one is actively drowning someone and we're seeing a hand pop out from the water. Let's turn that a little bit. Guys, put some F's in the chat for this guy who just got drowned. I'm gonna make that slightly smaller. Okay, now let's try to get the right contrast here. Maybe I'm making the skin look a bit too dark there. Bit darker than this. I think somewhere around here should work, but I still gotta fix the edges. Gotta go sleep. Okay, Laos, thanks for coming in. Yeah, you've been up late tonight. Thanks for chatting. Have a good night. Yes, exactly. Move along. The poor guy twisted the clothes the other way. You guys know, you can't do that. Remember, if you see the washerwomen, if you hear their songs deep into the nights, some stream. First, like, don't go, like, just run. But if they come and ask you for help drying their clothes, for the love of God, just twist them the opposite way that they do. It's as simple as that. I'm here giving out a PSA for these folklore creatures. Good night, Laz. You know what I could add, Follow? I like the idea of splashes, but I'm feeling like in this sort of image, which is pretty long exposure, you wouldn't get too many splashes because those move around very quick. As you can see, the water in the original is very flat and kind of silky, which implies that this picture has been taken with a long exposure. So it's probably like second, or no, a little bit less than a second, maybe half a second or something like that. That's enough. If a hand is flailing, well, if splashes are going around, those maybe would look like little lines, but wouldn't be too visible probably at this size. But maybe the hand would look like a blur if it's splashing around, you know? Yes, there is a hand in the water. That's where we're at right now. Let's see. This here. So if I added... I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna merge it. I'm gonna do filter. Blur gallery path blur. And, oh, wrong. There we go. So I was thinking of using a specific type of blur called rear sync flash. Let's see. It doesn't look like anything. Kinda not getting anything from here. If this was a long exposure, she was staring at the man the entire time. Yes. They're all kind of still in that way. I kind of like that. Okay, I'm not getting anything out of this. Maybe the path blur doesn't work really well with like separate layers like this. Maybe that'll only work when I mix the layer in with background. Well, thank you for the save reminder. Okay, I'll cancel here. I will save, thank you. And what I will do is First, I'll get this, just put it right on top of the background. Oh sure, I think I had the original. Yeah, maybe that's why the rear sync flash didn't really work, because I had the original visible right below it. And I am silly like that. Let's see, let me try that again. Blur gallery, path blur. Okay, now we're seeing the effects. Yeah, I can see my problem before. Let's do rear sync flash. And reduce the speed, till we get something that's still readable. Hey, we got... Oh, look at this silly bot. It didn't even put its link. It just says, wanna become famous? Buy viewers, followers, shop, ellipsis. Just shop. Hold on, dramatic reading of the bot message. Wanna become famous? Buy viewers, followers, and primes. On viewers. Shop. Okay, now I'll ban them. Ban. How do I become famous? Too late. The body's gone now. Maybe I'll do, yeah, change the shapes. So for some reason the rear sync flash thing doesn't really work like I expected. It doesn't get me as much movement blur as I expected that to have. Maybe they changed the algorithm for it. It's been a while since I used this type of blur. I just have pity for that bot. It's confused. Just a poor confused bot. Okay, I think that's as much as we're gonna get out of that. I'm gonna try a more manual approach to this, where I apply some soft lights of the same layer. At like slightly different angles, so they all go over each other. I want the fingers to look a bit different and stuff. And another one in the back. Hopefully without making it look too messy. And then this one, for example, I will give it a blur, motion blur, going in that direction. Do the same thing here. Blur, motion blur. Now, I mean, it's a bit hard to distinguish now because, you know, there's a lot of stuff. But hopefully it looks a bit more like a hand splashing around. I want to maybe give the main hand here a bit more darkness in the fingers, just so it's very clearly, at a glance, it's more clearly visible as a hand. More interesting music. Let's see. Oh, that's nice. Does this look like a flailing hand? Oh yeah, I'm sure they're completely friendly. Nothing to worry about. Okay, so the problem is I can't make it darker than the things that are around it, right? It has to be logical in that regard. Let me move things around. Okay, I'm gonna move this up a little bit, which means it's also gonna have to be slightly smaller because perspective. But I think it's more clearly visible against this little pond. Because before it was kind of against this area, which is just kind of hard to see. Yeah, give it something to stand out against. It's essentially what I was going for, except the other way around, putting it against the water, and then with some soft lights, giving that water a little bit of light, just in that general area. I think that stands out quite well now. Or I hope so, at least. Then what we could do, let's see if I can just draw this, because it's not high detail enough that I think it deserves me getting a full image for it. But creating some droplets, just like drawing them, like bigger droplets around here, and then just giving that same filter, that same blur I did before, the path blur. So something that just does this in the radius, or the direction the hand is flailing in. I guess more towards here, yeah. A bit less opaque. Oh, there we go. Cool idea would be that person drowning isn't even being physically held down. We can't escape because of some supernatural something. It could work here potentially. I mean, this lady though is pretty, like, could very easily be just holding the guy down. Also, a reflection. We can't forget reflections all of a sudden. I mean, we can, but we shouldn't. So I'll do this. I'll put it on soft light, I think is what I did before. And flip. Turn it slightly because the horizon is slightly turned in this image. We give that a big blur. I think an even bigger blur. It's already so blurry that, yeah, that's fine. That'll do. And simple, but it's a little reflection. Okay, then the face. I think the face, obviously there's the googly eyes, those are the most important ones for us, but we give that smart filters. There they are. Now the hand is just ominous. Googly eyes, but we can't do googly eyes yet. We have to work on the face. What do you guys think? Do you like this face, or do you think we should go with something else? Does this look creepy witch enough, or do you think there's a better option? So there were two options that we discussed. First one was just classic black eyes. We could even like light up around it just to make them very like pitch black in the center. Like so. That would be option one. And option two would be quite the opposite. So we would have to do this under, hold on, because it needs, hold on, below the noise here even. Let's see, there. Gonna go with an overlay layer. Yeah, I like the no expression better than a smile, you're right. A smile kind of implies, let's do this below, there we go. A smile kind of implies a sort of maliciousness, but a blank expression can be anything, so it's sort of puzzling, which I like. Okay, so we do need, apart from the overlay, just because of how dark it is, we need to just paint a little point of light on each eye. That will get blurred once we add the noise. I think maybe those are two point like. So we do this, we'll put everything in its place again, and we hope it looks good. Okay, so option, this one's empty, that's option 1, and option 2. Give us those reflective eyes. Is it me or are the eyes sort of slightly misplaced? Not that it's necessarily a bad thing, mind you, because it can add to the creepiness if the eyes are not quite right. Sometimes errors are for the better. Sometimes. Sometimes they suck. Empty eyes, glowing eyes. I feel like they feel a bit painted on from a distance. Maybe they can just be very... kind of like this, a dot of light surrounded by shadow. Maybe that's too much. Just two subtle dots of light. Empty eyes. Feel a bit heavy-handed, true. I feel like it's a bit darker than the hood, which is making it feel unnatural. Not in a good way. Yeah, something off-putting about the laundry being washed. Maybe like making it feel very kind of bloody or something, but you can only show that through making the clothes have dark stains. So, because you don't have color information to work with. Let's see. Let's do away with the glowies. Let's... No, that's too dark now. Let's see, let me turn out the contrast a little bit here. So it feels a little bit less silhouette-y and more like it has volume. Let's see the difference. Yeah. Okay. And what were we thinking about? Yes, staining the clothes. Let's see. Let me name some things so I don't forget what is what. Also, if you guys watching know about Photoshop, you'll know that my layer layouts are, you know, I have many bad habits in not naming layers, etc. But it works for me. Oh, maybe the water in the river is running, like whatever they're washing the clothes. Or dark spots in the river, kind of like the blood is washing out into the water. Okay, that's gonna be way too dark, so I'm gonna have to tone it down later, but as a general idea, of the clothes kind of staining the water around it, we would probably need also a normal layer. So we'll start with that approach of like making super dark stains, and then we'll tone them down to match the rest of the image, because obviously nothing is as dark in the image, so it would look fake. There's a difference between things looking unnatural, which is done on purpose, and fake. Also, let me see. No, Oh, I guess I caught a bad edge here. Oh, you could have, okay, hold on, I like this. So there's some nice ripples here that could work well on either soft light or screen. Yeah, soft light looks good. They would need to be blurry because there's a long exposure shot, so ripples won't have as much of an effect, but there we go, ripples. Okay, so the stains. Back to the stains. Where are they? Here. We'll put that in a group and give it some levels on top. We turn that down until we get something that matches the background, so it can be darker than this. And because it's water, yeah, it's gonna be a bit less than that even. So how about that? It's a subtle thing. It's not doing much, but it is something. And that could be multiplied on the other. We had similar stains to the other washerwomen. The cloth on the front lady's upper back, yeah, that's where the two layers connect. It has a bit of a soft shadow, you're right. That's because I drew it and I tend to draw quite soft shadows. We'll take a look at it in a sec. But yeah, you're right, it's a bit too soft. What do you guys think about this angle of having these dark stains that they're cleaning? I guess like the implication is that it's blood. Clothes are bloody. You can also like stain all the ones that are in here. It also matches a bunch of, oh, thanks for the save reminder. It matches with some of the versions of this myth, right? Were they, oh, PSB already. Oh, damn. Probably have one really big layer. The hand, it has to be the hand. Has to be that one. Yeah, that took a bunch of memory away. Okay, let's see. The stains, group 3, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's the idea. Make it noticeable for people who are looking at the image for a few seconds. I'm just drawing some dirt. Not a lot, but just about making the clothes look a bit less white. Oh yeah, this thing. That is this. That must be that, yes. There we go. And then we add the smart filters on here. Let's see the difference. I mean, the stain on here isn't as visible, just because of, you know, the image just being very dark in that corner. But it's quite visible here. Here as well. It's the kind of thing where they could be shadows, right? It's not super clear, but it doesn't hurt the effect, so they can keep it in. Could brighten this a little bit just to make some contrast with the stain. I think there we go. Oh yeah, I want to add some more, and googly eyes of course, and I want to add some more tint to it. How will I do this? Okay, let me go to the camera raw. Let's go to the color grading. And instead of giving a single tint, let's give the shadows a little bit of color and the midtones different ones. So it's not like a single color thing. There's several colors in the image competing. let's see, some purplish, maybe. Basic, we can increase this and decrease the saturation to increase the yellows. Okay, follow, thank you for coming. You have a good night, or time zone, wherever you are. I'm kind of messing up all the work I did before with all these sliders, but hey, why not try something slightly different out? It might even work better. The googly eyes. They always surprise me. Let's see a difference. I think the colors are better. I want to do a couple things in the original though. First I want to give this some shadows. This one in the back. Some normal. Oh, it's not only her. It's a rock behind her. That makes sense. Okay. Hi, the math. Thank you for the follow. And then there's this lady here, who has some white painted on her that doesn't work at all when I add filters. So I think I just need to work with what I got. Let's see. Gonna give this some soft lights. I'm gonna paint the majority of that dress a little bit darker, which will serve the same purpose as painting just a little bit brighter. Okay, so it's meant to brighten the water in one area, so I'll use it in this area as well. Nice. Okay, here is hoping that works better. Let's add those smart filters. A bunch of things I need to correct here. No need to add that there. No need to add that there. Nor here. Okay, so a difference here would be quite a lot. Oh my god, okay. What do you guys like better? The more sepia one or the darker, more grayscale one? Also thinking of doing something something silly here, which is Gaussian blur. Sharpen that. Show both again. Okay, give me a sec. Smart sharpen that Gaussian blur away. Not that much, don't worry. I'm insane, but not that much yet. And then I add that camera raw filter to it. So the difference, if you wanted to see, is this to this. Or I guess to be more correct, just with all the changes we did, would be this to this. I kind of like the color of this one, but maybe the lighting of this one is a bit better. I feel like that the other one has a bit more contrast. Darker version of that. The branch behind the first lady. She's waving with the third arm. What branch? Is this literal arm? They're drowning someone, or do you mean this? Oh, the delay got big. Maybe reloading the stream would help, but that doesn't always work. It can be inconsistent. Well, I cannot mess with the colors now. That is annoying. Okay, let me retouch the colors a little bit. That's mostly here in the color grading. And I want to pull out the... Give me a sec. The one I did for Llavanderes is here. Yeah, it's honestly like a very strong sepia, which I'm not really seeing here. Pull this to a corner. Unexpected dinner. Oh, had an unexpected dinner. Okay. Hope it was good. So I feel like this is a bit of a better sepia. Bit more green like this. Back from Ad Purgatory. Welcome back. Ah, I kind of like this. Okay, this is very, very small, but adding a glint to the eyes could really do something. Okay, I might do this. Oh my, that's the difference, isn't it? Okay, I might do this below instead of above. Like here. That way all the... anything I add to it should hopefully be consistent. Okay. How about this? Just a tiniest glint. This is a bit too strong, but let's give that a try. Because after that quick test, I kind of like it. Did the chat on the stream disappear again? It's showing up for me. I mean the one that shows up here on screen, right? It'd just be a bit slow or something. Or the delay. I like this. I like this. I think it's the best idea for the eyes. They mostly feel like empty eyes. But there's that small glint in there. Makes them spooky. That's what we like. Delayed of over a minute. Oh my god. Let me see if my bitrate is good. That's good. Leo, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's darken the face here a little bit. For the fun of it. Let's add maybe a little soft light. I think if Photoshop ever removed soft light as an option, I would die. I use it so much. But hey, it works. Okay. Here is hoping this works. Right now the trouble is making those eyes very dark with a very bright spot in the middle without them looking darker than everything around them or brighter than everything around them. So that's kind of where the struggle is. So you have to like strategically darken the face, hope it works. Oh, this kind of just makes her expression undecipherable, and I like that. Okay, one last thing then. Where do I sign this? Would be a good place to sign this. It's a pretty complex image. I wonder where this could go. Okay, I guess for any new folks in chats, I always sign my images by hiding this symbol here somewhere. Somewhere in the image. The person drowning looks like the woman is waving. Should we move it around maybe? I feel like there's not really a good place to though. We could do a little trick. So all of this is a hand, right? Yes. Oh, not this. We could move this further away. The problem is now we have that. But what we can do, just remove it. Little tricks. Just some little tricks. And hopefully that should clear things up. What do you guys think? In terms of the hand looking like it's waving. This was before, this now. Like a Where's Waldo? Perfect. That is exactly my intention. See how it looks with all the filters on. Okay, give me a sec. That's before, that's after. Oh, we need to move the little waves. That's fine, we'll do that. I think it should be now easier to see, right? But let me know if it still isn't. Let me move this right here. Folds in the clothes. Could be. Yeah, it could be reflected in the water. I've done that a few times. The branches behind kind of look like his signature. Here I have something. I assume you mean this, right? It's like an inverted version of the signature. Keeps floating in the water. We could use this somehow. Make more branches and do V and A. That'd be like a lot of trunks there, though. Let's look here in like the final version, because that'll give us more clues as to what's actually visible in the final image. New screenshots. Yeah, I think that's probably where you're pointing out. It's probably the best place to like integrate it in. Okay, so we're taking this and we're just flipping that area around, yes. Just taking that area. And flip horizontal. Oh, that's gonna be a tough one, isn't it? Make it a bit bigger to help folks. Is there any channel on the server where I could sacrifice my character to be named by someone random? I have this monster for over a year and still don't have a name for it. I just asking the general channel. That'll probably be the best place. Or the feedback channel. Let's see. Let's keep the original trunk here. So this already kind of makes a V and an A. And this one's kind of conceptual, but you'll have to bear with me. Sometimes the signatures they get a bit silly. They get a bit tough, but hey, you know, it's a Where's Waldo game. It's supposed to be a challenge. Okay, so now let's pick one last branch. I think we'll just copy this one. Do like a small version of it. And oh, apparently that's in the wrong layer. Now. We do that and we put it in lighter color, or lighten. And there we go. That is technically a signature. Find it if you can, sucker. It's one of those technically possible to find. There we go. The image has been signed. Now, everything into one layer, 37. I mean, the layer is called layer 37, but that's not indicative of the layer, the number of layers there are. It's actually 58. Not that different. Okay, I think it's actually quite visible there. I thought it would be way worse, seeing like how the original looked like, but yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly visible. Okay, anything else here? I think we're good. Oh god. Hey, hold on. Okay. Time out. We're trying something. What if we actually went like full on sun-drenched horror? And instead of turning down the exposure like I was meaning to do at first, we actually turn it up. We actually make things like super stark. Kind of like everything is... I know that they're supposed to be washing their clothes at night. That's part of the lore. But honestly, I think the image, even if we go against that a little bit, I think it works quite well. I mean, now this and this doesn't work. It's a bit too dark compared to the rest. It wasn't obvious in the dark version of the image, but it is in this one. Save first. Yeah, the other version of the filter, which is essentially what the only thing I'm changing here, is saved. So we're good to just try other things. I will also save the document once I leave this menu. That is always a good thing to do. So, sun-drenched, high contrast, high exposure. I think that's the way to go. Like, all the sliders are turned up right now. every single slider. It just has a really bright flash in the camera, true. It's just a very long exposure shot. So I got all the sun, all the moonlights. That would be the two versions of it. Obviously, ignore the face for now, because it has to be brightened. Let's do a quick take on that, actually. We'll just create a levels layer. I will... Oh my god, we have so many versions of this filter, it's getting crazy. Anyway. Let me add some levels filter, where I reduce the black outputs right below this, and I just add this here. We'll tune it, fine tune it in a sec. So I'm just adding this to every part that looks a bit too black compared to the rest. Hopefully that'll do. Oh, wrong key. Okay, anything else that stood out to you in this version of the image? Apart from the face, the reflection, and this. Stain, that's fine. I think that should do it. Let's see. Let's see if that looks better once the filters are added. Let's hope so. Okay. Definitely way better. It doesn't like stand out as much. Ooh, I kind of like what the haze does here. Signature stands out a lot. I was actually thinking it would be the opposite. That's funny. That's fine. More drowned people? I think we'd be finding all the images for that. That might be a task. I feel like I want to go less saturated with this. It's already like so much that the color, like adding that super big punch of color is a lot. You have a handful of hand pictures, my anxiety child. I mean, you could add just more arms popping out. I don't know if I'm vibing with that idea that much. Just like drowning a bunch of people at once. I definitely gotta do all these changes below instead of above the image. I keep being silly. It's like you just caught them in the moment of getting some poor guy and drowning them. You know, they twisted the clothes the wrong way. Everyone knows you shouldn't do that. Come on. Come on, dude. Okay. See if there's anything else. I like the face better now. Okay, all this looks better. Okay, effects. I will add a bit of a vignette, why not? The creature today is called Les Llavanderes, or the washerwomen. And it's a creature from many places in European folklore, actually. But this specific version of myth is the version from my home region. This is a beautiful illustration. And they are these kind of like witchy crones, I guess, that live inside of trees, and they spend their time washing clothes near the river, or in the river, as they did back in the day with washing boards. And they will ask you for help, and if you don't help them, or if you help them the wrong way, they will kill you or drown you in the river. So that's what we're doing. A creature from local folklore. Ooh. And we're experimenting with like a few different looks for it. Currently, I'm seeing. I'm going with this kind of sun-drenched feel, where everything is has a lot of contrasts. What if you use a bear trap on them? Well, I have no idea. You can always try. Tell us how it goes. Good luck. I'll stand back though. I'll just watch from a distance. From a safe distance. Okay. I think especially I really like how all the women got integrated into the picture, considering like none of them were in the original. Oh, that's not the original. This is the original. That's fun to compare. Doing their evil deeds, as one does, you know. Up in the trees with binoculars, exactly. That is me. It's a failed version. Of course, the googly eyes, we can't forget those. I had them off for too long. Forgive me. Forgive my sins. it could add some googly eyes floating downstream. Just writing stuff on a notepad, exactly. Okay, I think I'm as done as I'm gonna be with this. At least for now. Let me do a quick flip. Yeah, it works on the flip as well. The funny thing is that it's not of my doing. I think it's the original picture. It is slightly off center. Like this would be if the horizon line was where it should be. It's kind of like this, so it feels like it's being taken sort of in a rush, which is nice. Alice, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think that's as good as that's gonna get. Let me save that as a JPEG. Must have moved something before. I'm thinking, but why do they drown people? Maybe they're just lonely and want people to stay with them. Has anyone tried giving them a cat? I mean, again, go ahead, please. I'll be watching and taking notes. See if they like cats. Maybe that was a solution all along. Let's see. Let's jump into cam because I think we're as done as we're gonna be. There we go. This is a lovely book. I've had the book was opened in front of me. It was propped open with this illustration because I think it's a very beautiful. It's a beautiful illustration. I love how the robes are flowing into the water. Kind of like she's one with the water. I really like that part. It's not something we could like incorporate here, but not that even if we did, it wouldn't really be noticeable in this image. More in a close-up it would, but God, we got so many cool creatures to do from here. I think it's something I want to do in a from time to time basis and cover a bunch of different folklore creatures in like one by one in little batches until we have a cool collection of them. I think it could be a fun thing that I could even like put up in like somewhere in my region. I could call up a gallery or something and put them there for a while in some village. Now there's some like small like independent galleries. I would probably really like this. So it could be like a one of those like projects that we slowly pick away at. We've already done 2 from local folklore. One is more from Galicia, which is the region just to our west, but it's very close to our own folklore, so it could work as well. And we even have things like apparently the Jenny Haniver that we did a while ago is also part of this of the local folklore, which is very interesting. Let me see if I can find it. So we could even repurpose some stuff. See, the Jenny Hanivers are mentioned here as watermen or the marine men. So there's a lot of cool things to cover. I'm still up in the trees, exactly. Maybe the photographer is in the water. Maybe one of the washerwomen took the picture. Just to warn people. Oh, he set the picture up. There's a tripod picture. I would love that. Yes, of course, she's looking at us. But we have so many cool creatures to cover. We have La Huasha, which is these old crone vampire that sucks people's blood through her one tooth. Sorry. I would love to do this one, which I just learned about from this book, called
La Pirreria. I like this. It's a kind of a witchy character that is always surrounded by wolves or dogs. Really cool. I like that design. Here's another fun one we could do. There's a type of demon. There are many types of like little trickster demons with like their special, you know, they live in an area or they have like a domain, I guess. So there's like the demons of the households, and there's the demons of, you know, that of the forests, and then there's the demons of the weather. I like this illustration. It's cute. That house there on stilts. Those are very common in my region. They're called orreos. And this is a demon that's called in the book El Demonio Lairón, that made the tiles on roofs fall on people. So it's this kind of wind demon. Really cool. For a second I thought it was a whole house. Then there's some silly ones like this, little demons that get into fruit and spoil them. It's not much, right? It's not something you can really do an edit based on. There are these slug demons, again, that their domain is like food and stuff. They'll rot your food. I love this one. So demons in our local myth, our local folklore, are very often change themselves or turn themselves into either white horses or black rams, or like dark rams. There's one specific one that I don't know if it's mentioned here. I haven't found it, but I've definitely heard about it. It's probably somewhere in this book, in like the demons part of it. There's a demon called El Pesadillo. Pesadilla would be a nightmare in Spanish. Pesadillo comes from that same word. It's a demon that will literally like stand on top of you while you're sleeping, and it will compress your chest, not letting you breathe. And it's I think it's their explanation to for like a lot of nightmares and how do you call it, sleep paralysis, right? Or like any affection that you have in your sleep. It's caused by a demon that's either a huge hand that's invisible or like sometimes invisible, sometimes not. It's this huge hand that presses on your chest, or a black ram. Do you call it a ram? Yeah, like a male goats with the big horns, right? That stands on your chest on all fours. Laidong, yeah, like you wrote, but with an apostrophe next to the L. So L apostrophe Laidong. Like sleep apnea, definitely would be explained by these demons. So I would love to make an image of someone like gasping for breath in the sleep or something like that, and the black goat is on top of that. Obviously that's something like the most important thing is finding the base image for that, which would be kind of hard. So that's one, you know, I've had in the back of my head, because you could possibly take your own base pictures, but I would want it to feel very old school. So I would need a scenery, right? Like a place where I could set this with a bed that feels like it could be from the early 20th century or something like that. Then of course we got the Cuélèvre. Cuélèvres are huge winged snakes. Beautifully illustrated here as a transformation from a snake to a Cuélèvre. Really love this. It grows wings. But there's many stories about the Cuélèvre. It's one of the most, like, the main, I guess, protagonists of this region's folklore. And there's many stories about it. I think I've told a couple on stream. I could, after I read this book and I leaf through some more of these, I should definitely try to represent one or
At least do something with El Cuelebre, because look at that, look at this. Lovely. Look at this winged serpent. This one's dead, but just the knight killed it. Yeah, regional folklore is fascinating. I love hearing about other parts of the world, and I love learning about mine, because there's literally so much you could drown in it, pun intended. You could go from village to village and just walk up to older people and ask them, hey, tell me stories about, like, tell me about your creatures in folklore. And you could spend your whole life doing that. There's so much of it, and it's sad in a way, because so much of it will never get recorded. Which that was both in English. I imagine it's not, unfortunately, because there's a very small publisher that only publishes in this small region. But you can find, if you Google most of these creatures, you'll find something. That something might be in Spanish, so only like the main creatures you'll probably find. If you look for Shana or Cuelebre, which I'm writing in chat right now, it should appear in chat now. If you look for those, you'll probably find a decent amount about either of them. Those are like the main ones. And Trasbus. It's not even national. No, those are just from that small region. 1 million people. So yeah, it's a small region. Yeah, there's a good article on Wikipedia about mythology from Asturias, but that's only in Spanish, unfortunately. But here you have all the gods and so many cool creatures. So if you're a Spanish speaker, you could just read through all of these. They don't go into super big detail onto any of them, but there's so much. So unfortunately, that's only in Spanish, though. Oh, the book's not even national? No. Those books are just, as far as I know, it's a tiny publisher, which is, it's kind of lucky that I managed to find, or like my mother found this book years ago. I stole it from her, and I found this book the other day. I actually have another one, which is not here, about, because I gifted it to my sister. And my sister's writing a book that has a lot to do with the Celts and folklore and history, especially with history, because the book is kind of a blend between history and fantasy, and it takes place during the Roman invasion of Asturias, of our region, in like 20 BC, I want to say 20 something BC. So this was which Roman emperor was that? I'm forgetting right now. But the Roman emperor himself went to do this conquest, because it was the last territory of the Iberian Peninsula that they didn't control. And it was a fairly tough war for them, because they were apparently really good at like mounted combats. They were horse trainers. Again, like horses were huge in their I assume their day-to-day life, and also in their mythology and folklore. White horses especially carry a huge significance to them, and they were also like horse trainers, and they excelled at mounted combats. So the Romans apparently had a tough time with the Celts over there, and it was a whole campaign that kind of marked the end of the conquest of the Iberian Peninsula. Augustus, thank you. Yes, it was Augustus, like the emperor. How could I forget that? What's the title of the book? Of which one? This one is called Mitología Asturiana, so Asturian mythology, and this one's called Symbology, Simbología Mágico Tradicional. But if you look for, I think I wrote it before. The Cantabrian Wars, yes. Cantabria would be, in the modern day, it's the region right to the east of where I live. So it's our neighboring region, but culturally we're pretty much the same. Like Cantabria, the only difference nowadays is that Cantabria doesn't have the language Asturiano, but in terms of folklore, in terms of like history, very similar. It was just like, I think there were two tribes of Celts in Cantabria, one in Cantabria and one does Astures, which would give the name to Asturias. But I don't know if, like, maybe you can look for the name of the author and see Berto Álvarez Peña. Let's see. Not finding, like, on a quick look, not finding anything that he wrote translated to English. Oh, he apparently has a book on... He has several books on specific creatures. He has a book on Cuélebres. Well, now I gotta find that. But he's a writer that's specialized in mythology from Asturias. So really cool stuff. I'm glad I found this book. It's gonna give me a lot of cool ideas, I bet. You can manage written Spanish. You're a true polymath. That's great. Also French. God damn. I guess you said you had French ancestry, right? I have my family is between France and Spain, so like one half of my family pretty much lives in France, in the north and in Normandy, and the other lives here in northern Spain. You encountered his name in citations. That's very cool. So you had you've worked on things from this area, because I think he specializes in this area, like Asturian mythology. But I guess he might appear on other like publications about Celtic history or something like that. That could make sense. Oh, now I'm gonna try to seek out some of these books, because he has some very cool ones about especially like myths and legends and stuff, and I would love to read like some more specific, because this one, the one I have here, it takes more of a historical tint, right? It's telling you about all the traditions, and it's not like telling you about very specific stories about each of these. Like, it's going over them really quickly, but I'd love to see more in-depth takes on that. I could even try contacting the guy. I don't know how reachable. I don't know if it's too reachable. But if it's on social media or something, I could probably try. It doesn't seem to have social media. It was worth a try. Long-standing interest in European prehistory, anthropology, mythology. Oh yeah. Oh man, this region is full of prehistoric settlements and caves, especially. We have really cool caves in the region that I managed to visit. So I managed to visit Tito Bustillo, which is in a little village called Valdevia in Spain. I'm gonna try and find pictures of the cave. Hold on. And right now you can't visit the cave itself anymore, because so many people came in to see the paintings that were deteriorating. So they closed it. They made a replica with the same painting and stuff for visitors. But I managed as a kid to see all of these before they closed it down. And has some beautiful like purple pigments here. A bunch of horses, bisons. It's really cool. And you know the coolest stuff? This is right next to a village. There is evidence that that village has been settled since literally prehistory. It's a village called Llavanderes, and it's literally like at the mouth of a river. So it makes a lot of sense. Like it's one of the most obvious places where you could put a village. So there's caves from this era, but you have like settlements going back to prehistory, like evidence of settlements going from prehistory until now. And it's amazing. It's like this one place has survived thousands of years and changes in culture and climates and you know, times of more and less importance, because it's been it was an important port at a time for commerce, but nowadays it's just a tourist attraction. So it's crazy. It's crazy that the same place has been settled for so long. Got some lotion in my eyes. Ouch. But yeah, these were wonderful to visit. I visited them as a kid, yeah, when they were still open, and then later on I saw the reproductions as well. This bison here, oh my god, it's beautiful. I think this horse, which is actually really big, is like one of the main attractions. Look at that, that's so cool. Anyway, that's me getting excited about prehistory again. Is that a region with megaliths? There's megaliths around the region. I don't know I can't tell you exactly where. But there are some megaliths around. What you can find the most of is something called castros, which is you can look for Castro Asturias and find a few of them. If you're interested in googling that, I just put it in chat so you can copy paste it. But it's prehistoric settlements, and well, I don't exactly. I think they date from different eras. I think Castro is kind of a general term for like remains of settlements, where you can mostly nowadays you can only see the stone, like the lower part of the walls made in stone, but some of them are in really good states of conservation for the age they have, and can tell you quite a bit of about how they lived. Coaña is a very classic one, then Eñe. But yeah, I could go on. I put a link there. I could go on for this for ages. I think that's gonna do it for today. It's starting to get quite late for me rambling on streaming. Okay, we'll keep it at that for today. We have another stream as usual. We're going back to usual schedule, at least for the time being. I will let you guys know when I start posting about the ziggurats, which will mean that I will miss 1 or 2 streams. I will probably move streams around, so we'll still do the same number of them, so we don't like miss too many streams. But I still have a few things to do to start posting it. So not in the meantime, we'll do the normal streaming schedule. So I'll be back on Wednesday at the same hour, and again Friday at the same hour. 5 hours. 5 hours. It's okay. We've done 17. Guys, thank you so much. I will see you on Wednesday. Take care, folks.